leaks.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then the
boy.
horses get these awful seedy toe and cracks. And, it's just, you see it everywhere. It's
Yeah.
everywhere. There isn't
Yeah.
a horse in Middleburg that doesn't have prolapsed heels with shoes on. I haven't seen one yet.
Hmm. Yeah, see, you notice now these days too, they're using these big sanders, these
Yeah, they're sanding
belt
them off. That
sanders.
wasn't the word I was looking for.
Yeah, and so they dress them down and sand everything down to look really nice. And so you can't see the real truth and structure of the foot.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a great point and stuff.
They're
Yeah,
just
well,
hiding their incompetence.
yeah, yeah. Well, and they don't know, gosh, it just blows my mind, uh, the blindness that's going on. And of
And
course,
the,
yeah,
go
no,
ahead,
sorry.
sorry.
No, you go ahead, please.
Well, I was just going to say that, all these farriers and horse owners blame their horse for having genetically bad feet.
Hmm.
And even vets, like I have friends with a vet, and, she's been using the same farrier since I've known her for, 13 years. And three of her horses have foundered or had laminitis.
Hmm.
They all have foot pain. They all have hoof issues. And, she just blames the horse.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's what they've been taught. That's what people have been taught to do.
Yep.
Because farriers have been these people have been led to, this is true, inherited error. For centuries they have been told these things. Um, who expects this to be wrong? It's coming from the experts. And so it just goes from one generation to the next. And when someone comes along who does have some influence, who is thinking in a different way, then guess what? It's so interesting. Somebody else comes along and winds up totally preventing those new thoughts from gaining any headway, you know. Uh,
Right.
so there's a book you guys should read, and it is the book that in 1977, Jamie Jackson been shoeing his own horses, a few others for a few years. And so somebody gave him a book by a guy named Leslie Emery. And he read this book and uh, he don't say so. Okay. But in this book, I know that's where he got the idea to go check out wild horses. And he made good friends with this Leslie Emery. And this Leslie Emery has like practically a whole chapter on low heels and frog pressure and how it's been destroying horses for centuries. And
I just think it's awful how the frog and heels just like prolapse all the way through the the shoe.
yeah,
Like it's
yeah,
like it's, you know, liquid. It's pliable. That's, I was reading today where you're talking about like other than the coffin bone, everything else is soft tissue, and that, like, no wonder it prolapses underneath the shoe. And
yeah,
some horses get lucky and get foreign pads or something to help that, but they're usually doing it because the problem is already there, not to prevent it.
yeah. And what happens too is the way they trim the foot and the way the capsule responds to reduce the size of the capsule. It's and what happens in the back, the way it is curled and folded in. It is like the foot is being turned inside out. That is what I am seeing. Um, because here, let me draw something on here. I'll do an annotate. So this is a healthy foot here. And let's see here. We get a different color. We'll do pink. Okay, so this is a healthy foot.
Is that Chester's foot?
Yeah. And let's see here. Okay, so the foot up here would be like so. That would be the internal foot. And then the coronary band goes like this. Okay, and on a good foot with a good heel buttress, this little piece in the back, this my hair. I'll do blue. Okay, the coronary band right here, this grows this heel buttress right here. Down the back of the foot, and this, this stabilizes the whole capsule and supports the back of the foot. And then this, because it grows like this, of course, that is the foot rests on that, the coronary band rests on that. Well, this little part here, let's see here, this little nubbin that sticks out here, that comes around here. Okay, this nubbin here gets totally twisted and compressed around the back of the foot so that you wind up with this. And then this gets pulled way down like that. And this winds up being your foot. Okay. This would wind up being your foot right here. Let's see. I'll try and fill it in so you can see how much smaller it'll be. Well, but then it's not really smaller, because what happens is, to a lot of them, now some of them will reduce like this, to where you just have this here. Okay, just a smaller version of itself. And this part is wrapped around the foot. But the reason it becomes deceptive is because when you've trimmed this out by continually gradually lowering the heels, of course, it's pushed some of these horn tubules forward like this, instead of, you see how these ones are in nice alignment here with the foot. But what happens is it shoves the toe forward like so. So that, I don't know how to explain it, so that even though you have reduced the size of the foot, this part ain't there no more. It's wrapped around. You ain't got a real heel buttress. Even though you've reduced the size of the foot from back here, you wind up adding to it up here, so that it's hard to tell what's really gone on there. I've been thinking about this for a while now, how much this pushes the front toe of these feet forward. Here, I'll show you this deal I was working on today, an x-ray. Oh, let me get rid of that. Just a second here. Okay, so this gal, just a minute here. This gal on one of the groups posted x-rays of her horse. And the mare has gone lame in both front feet. And so I got this x-ray here. Oh, I need a different share, don't I? Okay, just a second here. If I can find things. Oh, there we are. New share. Okay, so this gal, this mare has gone lame in both feet. And of course, you already know, because it's just a given, that the back of the foot is going to be, the heels will have been trimmed out. It's going to have developed false heels. And from looking at this, you can tell right here. Let me get a red here, red line. Okay, we're going to go over here and just show how much of the anatomy See, up here looks relatively the same, but in the back, look at the difference in the back of the foot. See, this is pulled down. This shows the cartilage here, how the cartilage is pulled down. There is Chester's cartilage here. And you don't, it's hard to tell, but the the surface of the coffin bone here has been worn kind of weirdly and stuff. Now here's the foot. Okay, now look at how big and bulgy and weird that toe looks compared to here. Because a lot of times when you're taking off here and shoving everything forward, it takes just a minute here. Takes the sole right here that should be here. See, that sole should be right here. Okay, and it shoves everything forward to there, and it's like it's adding. Now it doesn't really look like it here, but it's like it's adding. It's like it's adding what you've taken off back here onto the front of the foot somehow under here, because it takes the sole that should be right about there, and it shoves it all forward right there. That's why when you're correcting these feet, you'll see the apex move back. Say this foot here should be about here. This cartilage here. Let me do a deal. New shear and oh well, I could just use this. Just a second here. This cartilage should be up here, back like that. And then this down right there. See there? And then this hairline, look at how it's bulged up here. Well, because it's bulged up here like this, you know, you can't really see these tubules, but it's a bit that they're clear up here, you know, like that. Unlike, look at Chester here. His go right here. Right where they're supposed to go. So see, when these move, what do? They just push the whole sole forward, the frog cram. You figure everything that's being pulled down here is shoving everything forward. Okay, let's see here. So anyway, so I was working on this for this gal. Kind of to try and show her what happens to the back of the foot, how this part's diminished. And and then if you look here too at this collateral groove, say you see all this kind of weird stuff under here because it's taken the frog and the collateral groove and everything, and it's shoved everything forward under this foot here. But anyway, yeah. See how that toe looks like a big clown toe on there? You know what I mean? How it's just been shoved forward. So again, the more you take of this and shove it up into there, the more it makes everything push forward and grow forward. So the support that he should be having clear back here has now been added to the front of his foot. And she says this horse trips a lot. Trips a lot. Well, that's bad because horses that trip a lot can kill you. You know, so these people have come up with these trims for last 250 years and these academics that just keep it going. How many deaths are they going to be responsible? And people don't ride horses like they used to. Okay. But used to be in the paper all the time. They were saying, like Bracy Clark said, in the papers, you're always reading about people who were injured on horseback from their horses falling. See? Because, of course, people rode all the time back then. But anyway, okay. Get rid of that. Okay, so that's what I've been reading. I've been reading about Emery Clark. I'm going to show you this book. You guys should go and read this if you get a chance. Just a minute here. Where are we at here? Oh, who's that? Let's see. Wait a second. Let me do a screen share. Then we'll look at Dolly's feed after I show you guys this book. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so that is Facebook page. Okay, yeah, it's staying on there, so I want to make sure it did. Okay, has anybody else but me ever used the Internet Archive?
No.
Oh, well, it's wonderful. Internet Archive. The digital library. So I have a whole collection of books that I've had for years. It used to be, I lived in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for 2 years, and they had used bookstores there. I'm not kidding you, 4 stories high. And so I'm a book collector. And now most of the books that I get are history or biblically based, like reference materials, learning languages, things like that. And so what's really cool is all the books that I collected over those years are now on the Internet Archive. Books that were written in the 1800s, stuff like that. Because see, what happened was people would throw them books out, didn't think they was worth nothing. And then this was in the 80s in Wisconsin when books weren't worth nothing. And you could go in there and I mean, you could find all kinds of really wonderful things. Now, all those books I got are here on the Internet Archive. And so I have been finding out, this is where I found Bracy Clark's book, Hippodanomia. And this is where I found Emery's book, Leslie Emery's book. Now, I'm going to show you, after I find his book here, I'm going to show you what the dear Mr. Jackson had to say about his good friend, Leslie Emery. And Leslie Emery was a cool guy. You're going to see that. Okay, so this is the Internet Archive. Just a minute. Now you need to sign up for it. I mean, it's free, but you need to sign up for it. Just a minute. I'm going to see if I can get on a different page of it. Hold on. Okay. Okay, like I'm on this. Oh, that's not it. Never mind. Okay, I'll go here. Okay, so this is this is what they do. They photocopy the books, and then you can turn the pages. You can enlarge them like so, or you can search for a word over here. See? And so, of course, I had all these what you would call biblical reference materials because they're like dictionaries for the Greek language and stuff like that. They're written and put in here. But I found Bracy Clark's books in here. And then I found that he had written more than just one book. So if I go up here and I type in Bracy, B-R-A-C-Y, Clark, here's what you get. These are all his books. I mean, the guy was a scholar, a prolific writer, and a prolific scholar. He also had a couple inventions for like poor people, like stoves that poor people could put in their, what do they call them? Tenements or whatever. It's a word for apartment. That they could stay warm the whole time. I mean, the guy was just like brilliant, so he's written all these books. So I wanted this book by Emery Clark. Okay, so I will find it here. Emery Clark. Horse. No, it's not Emery Clark. Duh. Leslie Emery. Let's see. Leslie Emery, shoeing. Okay, here it is. So I had looked for this book and I wanted to buy it. What's weird is when I tried to find a copy, it was pretty expensive. And this was published in 1977. And what's weird is when I went to look for it, and the only copies I could find were it wasn't in print anymore and they were expensive. Then I found it here. And then for some reason, then I found cheap copies of it. So I don't know. You know what? I think I was just meant to find it. That's all. Nothing Twilight Zone or nothing, but I really like looking at books on the here. So okay, so I click into there, and it's a limited view unless you log in and borrow. So you're gonna want to sign up over here. So I log in, and you can borrow for an hour. Okay, and so this was a very popular book. I am pretty sure that both now see people need to understand the history of the so-called natural hoof care movement, which two men, unbeknownst to one another, in the 80s must have read this book and decided that they were going to go check out wild horse feet. And one of them was Jamie Jackson, who is accredited with starting the natural hoof care barefoot movement, which is now an industry. And the other one is Gene Ovenick, who is accredited, I mean, in his own right. He studied wild horse feet. They both studied wild horse feet with BLM. Isn't that interesting? And didn't know, neither one knew the other until like around in the early 90s. And so Jamie Jackson claims to have studied wild horses with BLM in the Great Basin in Litchfield, California. Gene Ovenick lived in Montana. He studied them in Wyoming and Montana for 2 years, 1986 season and 1987. Jamie Jackson says he studied them in wild horses in general and with BLM in the Great Basin around Susanville and Litchfield, California, from 1982 to 1986. And so you and I are here today, and we know one another because of these two men. Okay, now Gene Ovenick, he took what he learned from wild horse feet, he took a model out of that, and he created what is called the natural balance shoeing system, trimming and shoeing system. Has anybody ever heard of that?
Yep.
Okay. And he's also got an organization called ELPO, Equine Lameness Prevention Organization. And he has trimmers that he's trained now all over the world. And I first heard about a trim based on the study of the wild horse from a guy he trained that rode with him when he was first getting this going, by the name of Rich Clark in Kalispell, Montana. And so I'm pretty sure they both read this book by Leslie Emery. And that it's what motivated them to learn more. Okay, so if we get into, and I'm going to show you something here, just a minute here. Let me go to Facebook, because I was talking to somebody earlier, telling them about what I read, because, I got all three of Jamie Jackson's books. I got all three editions of the same book. And that is The Natural Horse that he wrote concerning all his research and the conclusions he came to. Well, I suppose a stupid computer ain't going to work now and give me what I want. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. See there? What is with them and the way they change stuff? It's irritating the bejesus out of me. Maybe if I shut some things down. Just a second here. Let's see. Shut that down. This stupid thing. Just a minute. Let's close that. Close that. Come on, you dumb thing. Yeah, has anybody noticed how if you want to get into Messenger anymore that you have to put this pin in? Yeah, remember it in my browser. You never do, but okay, there you go. Okay, so let me read you what he said, what Jamie Jackson said about Leslie Emery. And why is this important? Now, did any of you see that excerpt from an interview that I showed about him where he starts out, Jamie Jackson saying, they have no heels. And he's relating a conversation he had with somebody about how when he first went into wild horse country and he first kind of got to examine him just a little bit, he was there about a week, and decided he needed some measuring tools or something, so he took off and went back to Susanville to the local hardware store to make him his famous hoof meter reader. And so he's relating a story where he is talking to Leslie Emery, and he says they have no heels. And Leslie Emery moans and says, "What do you mean? How can that be? How can they have no heels?" And Jamie Jackson says, "I don't know. I haven't gotten close enough basically to look yet. I'm going to have to figure that out." And so Leslie Emery asked him about, well, what about the angle? Angle of the dorsal wall. That's what he's talking about. Because, see, the belief is if you grow heel, you can change the angle of the dorsal wall. Okay? And so he's wanting to know about that from Jamie, because they are good friends. I'm going to show you how good of friends they are. And so anyway, let me see. Where's the first one? Hold on. Oh, come on. Now, see. Okay, I'm going to read this to you. Maybe. It's sideways, so it's hard to read. Just a second. I got it in the books here. I'll read it. Sorry you can't see it. But I'm going to read to you. This is in the acknowledgments. Okay. Now, a client of his gave him a book. Okay, I got the 1992 edition, the 1997. Okay, where are we at here? Okay, a client of his gave him a book, and that book, if you want to know what people believe, you need to go and see what they've read and what they've learned. Okay, let me go back to here. So this book here, Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care by Leslie Emery, Jim Miller, and Niles Van Heusen. Okay, so a client of his gave him this book, and he befriended Leslie Emery. And so in the acknowledgments, where he's thanking people, where he says here on the 1990 first edition of The Natural Foot, he says, there are many who I wish to gratefully acknowledge for helping me through the 8 years it took me to write this book. Help came in many different forms: advice, questions, criticism, debate, encouragement, assistance, and contribution of all types. And most important, mutual belief in nature's grand plan for the horse. Now, I want to read you what he says about Leslie Emery. Okay, and here's what it says. I wish to thank my dear friend, Leslie Emery, a brave and brilliant thinker, Wow. Who rolled his sleeves up every inch of the way to help me deal persistently with the awesome and frightening paradoxes that confronted me as I delved deeper into the shadowy and strange ways of nature. Shakespeare wrote, "Madness looms in that direction," and without Les's companionship and technical insights, I might never have found my way through as well as I did. So he had a real relationship with Tim, and I'm telling you, he must have had quite a relationship with him for him to take, for some reason. Oh gosh, just a minute. For him to take, let me get on his video again here. Let's see. I think I'll just get what he said instead of getting on here. I don't want to get a jab, for copyright, whatever, off of YouTube. So I'm going to go to my Google Docs because I have written it down, what he said about what the conversation he had with Leslie Emery. Now, the reason you need to know, the reason I'm sharing this boring stuff with you, the reason is you need to know where these beliefs came from. You need to know why people believe what they do about the horse's foot, how this error keeps creeping in time after time after time after time. Okay, so and so I want you to know, again, if it wasn't for Leslie Emery and then Jamie Jackson, you and I wouldn't be here. Okay, these are people, whether we realize it or not, they had a direct influence on our life and the direction of it. Okay, and so let me go to Google Docs here if it'll let me in. Let's see. Oh yeah, you just got to have that two-step verification, don't you? Now, where is my phone? Oh, it's over here by the bed where I took a nap. Oh, just a second. I seem to have lost it. Oh, there it is, right in front of me. I need a bright orange phone. Okay, just a second here. Okay, so we're going to go down here to, okay. Jackson interview. There we go. Okay, so in the first part of this interview on YouTube, so he talks at point 3055 in the interview, in the interview, he tells a story about Leslie Emery. And he says, I told Emery, that's another, he's all over the place. But anyway, he says, that's another interesting story. He told me that when I got out of the krills, tell him what I saw in the hooves. And you're going to find out when we get into Leslie Emery's book, why he said that. I said, well, what you wrote in the book isn't going to work. He tells Emery, what you wrote in the book isn't going to work in horseshoeing theory and hoof care. You got to throw that out. I said, they got no heels. This is what he tells Emery. They got no heels. He had just barely been in the corral, by the way. They got no heels. At that, I didn't understand exactly how the heels were conformed, but they're flat as a pancake. Okay, and he shows a picture of his one dead wild horse foot and the heel that's flat as a pancake. There you go. Heels of wild horses. And he goes, and so Emery goes, oh, and Jackson moans, he goes, oh. And he's moaning on the phone, and Jackson imitates him. And Jackson said, what about and Emery says, what about the angles? And Jackson says, from what I can see, they're high and not low, meaning the dorsal wall angle. That's this right here with the ground. You take the ground surface and the dorsal wall, and you get the angle. Like, is it 45 degrees of 55, 60? See? He says, so Jackson says, from what I can see, they're high and not low. And Emery says, how can they be high when there is no heel? No heel. And I said, I don't know. I gotta figure that out, you know. So what we have here is Jackson telling us that he just barely took a look at those horses in the corral, assumed they didn't have heels. And then when Leslie talks to him, because see, they were friends. Remember, I just read to you how good of friends they were, right? How he acknowledged him. He tells him the horses have no heels. Now, in his book, he said all heels were the same. Now, in his book, he says he was able to thoroughly examine, measure, and photograph. Well, in the first book, it was 107 horses. In the second book, it was 107 horses. Edition. He's got 3 editions. And in the third book, it had jumped to 250. And he says, like in the first book, there's a picture of BLM chasing horses in with a helicopter, no caption under that picture. By the time we get to the third book, it's now got a new caption, and it says, I was able to examine, measure, and photograph 1,000, because, you know, if you got 250 horses, they got 4 foot each. Well, he actually says over 1,000 horses. Their feet. I was able to examine, measure, and photograph 1,000 feet. Okay, but now here's the interesting thing. There are no photographs of those feet in all 3 editions of that book. All we have is this one dead wild horse that wore its heels down, that has been carted and put all over the country. This foot here, right here. I don't know if I have another picture of it here. No, I didn't put another picture here. All right, so in the first book, like I said, so see, they had a real relationship here. Okay? And so, as I said, in the first book, he just glowing about his friendship with Emery and all the way and everything like that. In the second book, just a minute here, got to remember which book is which. In the second book, he says, I'll tell you what he says about Emery. He says, in the acknowledgments, you know, this is second edition, mind you. This is second edition. Mr. Leslie, principal author of Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care, will be forever in close confidence. The Natural Horse undoubtedly would never have been written had it not been for Les's inspirational work. That's a book we're going to look at here in a minute. As well as his input both as a horse professional, philosopher, and friend. This book bears his indelible mark. Now remember, in the first book, he tells us he examined, measured, and photographed 107 horses, 107 times 4, not sure what that is, but that many feet. In the second book, this one, he tells us the same thing, same page, same paragraph, everything. In the third edition, 2020, is where he changes it up. And this, okay, you got to understand the timeline here. 1990, nobody ever heard about natural hoof care or anything like that. 1997, it was just barely taken off. By 2020, Okay, I'm in it by 2020. I'm doing webinars. I've already found out that they've let us to trim the heels out of our horses. I did his trim I did Gene Ovanek's trim for about a year and a half. Then I wound up into Pete Ramey's page, Pete Ramey's Jamie Jackson, and I wound up doing this trim till 2014. Okay. And then in 2000, that story, it's not a story, that fact that I quit trimming because I was disgusted and heartbroken, and let my horse go for a year, and he did better than when I was trimming him with this trimming his heels out. And then in 2015 I came back to start trying to restore his feet. In 2016 of January, discovered, hey, we've been trimming the heels out of our horses, hey. And so that's why you and I are here now, me trying to restore his feet and helping other people recover from these trims. So it behooves us to know, how did this dude come to his conclusions? Because see, when he studied these wild horses, supposedly, okay, there were no pictures of wild horses on the internet. Now there's Facebook groups all over the place. These people are out there taking photographs all the time, and these horses have massive heels. So again, you got to think, how is it he changed up from 107 to 250 to over 1,000 feet that he examined, measured, and photographed? Remember the photographs, because there's no photographs of those horses or their feet in either of these three books. All we have is this one dead wild horse that died in a roundup that he wasn't even at, that were given to him by BLM. All right. And that's the foot that is the centerfold for the barefoot movement. A horse that worn its heels down. But now we know from this interview that he did that in reality, what he believed was they have no heels. But I'm going to tell you, he couldn't just come out and say that. People would have gone off their rockers. Okay. So instead, what he does is he does this number where he draws a picture and he puts 1 centimeter kind of in front of the heels. See, and he just says, oh, heels were relatively all the same for all these horses. So now what does he say about Leslie Emery by 2020? This is interesting. By 2020, okay, he's getting relatively wealthy off of selling books, doing clinics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Barefoot, natural hoof care has taken off. Just a minute. So I want to read you what he says about Leslie Emery in the 2020 preface. First of all, I don't even think there's any acknowledgments. Let me look here again. Introduction. Let me look. I don't even see any acknowledgments in this one. Okay. Here's what he says about Leslie Emery in the 2020 edition, where he's upped the number of horses that he examined. It says, in 1977, a client passed me a book called Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care, written by 2 farriers and an equine vet. Early in the book, the authors mentioned the wild horse as an important model for hoof care, but none of them had actually studied the hooves of wild horses. Instead, they speculated and came up with a shoeing method that purportedly correlated shoulder and hip angle with front and hind hoof angles, respectively. It sounded good, but unfortunately it failed, because so I learned later, it didn't actually comport with the wild horse, with what the wild horse hoof is all about. But the authors did plant a seed in my mind concerning the possible viability of the wild horse as a model. At this point in time, I personally had only heard about them, nothing direct. That's all he says. He does not mention the name of Leslie Emery, his good friend, in this book after he got popular. I think that's interesting. And so we're going to look at Leslie Emery's book here, because I want to show you something. Now, I have shared how in Bracy Clark's book, and remember, what did Jamie Jackson say to Leslie Emery when he first come out of those corrals? He's just in there, wasn't even in there a week, went in there 1 or 2 times. He jumps out and he calls Les and he says, they have no heels. They have no heels. Okay, so what's this tell you? When somebody hasn't even examined anything closely yet, but yet they've drawn a conclusion. Okay, they've drawn a conclusion that these horses have no heels, and they've told their good friend there, oh, they have no heels. Well, then they got to look around for a horse that has no heels. That's what. So, okay, so we go to the Internet Archive, which I was there. Just a second. Oh, here we go. Okay, so here we are. This is Leslie Emery's book. This is the book that was handed to Jamie Jackson in 1977 that set him on this course. This is why we're here, okay? Because Jackson read this book, got the idea to go study wild horses, and yeah. All right, so let's look at something here. Okay, so I gotta borrow this book for an hour. Okay, so you can enlarge it like so. And always good to read the preface and acknowledgments in these books. Okay, so you got introduction, anatomy of the front leg, structures of the hoof, physiology and movement of the front leg. Here we go. Natural state and function of the hoof. All right, now he's got a picture in here of wild horse foot that I want to show you. We're going to go to page 65. By the way, this is all under, what is it? FU, fair use. The fair use doctrine. 65. Okay, natural state and function of the hoof. And so you're going to have to go and read it, but he talks a lot about wild horses and their feet. Now he shows a picture here of wild horse feet, and he says they have a lot of heel. Okay, this picture of this horse he's showing here, this horse has a lot of heel. Let's look here. Wait a minute. Okay, now I don't know if you can see, but this horse has a lot of heel right here. Now he's also worn his toes square. This is why Gene Ovenick created a square-toed shoe, because in his research, he saw this, that they would wear their toes square. This is why they think that this area right here is a pillar and a major weight bearer. It's supposed to bear major weight. But you know what? You can get horses that are on sod and they don't wear their feet like this at all. Okay, this is like this because the country is so abrasive. They spend more time going forward and side to side eating, and they do not wear this part of the hoof capsule out. That is all that is. And you see this? Gene Ovenick thought this was a toe callus on the horses he looked at. That is a sole ridge. Gee, I hate it when people call. Okay. And so that is a sole ridge, but he mistook it as a toe callus because farriers don't know the true anatomy of the sole, that there is a convex sole ridge around the whole foot. And so this horse had a lot of heel, and he talks about that in this book. Okay, but he didn't see a lot of wild horses, but one of the guys that he wrote the book with, his name was Jim something, that guy had been around a lot of wild horses and seen their feet. Okay, so now, but here is the kicker. We're going to go back here so I can find out which page this is on. Just a second here. Oh, come on. Just a second. Okay, just a second. All right. Ooh, had a cough there. All right, so if you look down here, right here, frog pressure theory on page 107, under chapter 7, that says conditions and practices responsible for unnatural hoof shape. Because what came out of Jamie Jackson's They Have No Heel? Has anybody ever heard of Dr. Boker? Here?
Yep.
Okay. Well, Dr. Boker hung out with these They Have No Heel people. Okay. And so he gets a grant. He's a vet and an anatomist. He gets a grant. And of course, he is already indoctrinated with all the errors of the veterinary industry regarding low heels and frog pressure. Now, this is the mind-blowing thing that I have discovered this past week. Now, so Dr. Boker, he teaches at Cheryl Henderson School. Cheryl Henderson studied Jamie Jackson, Gene Ovanek, all of it, and Hildred Strasser, and then she put a trim that decimates the heels together. And Dr. Boker taught at her school and picked up a lot of stuff from her. And he also hung out with other people that believed this stuff. And so he was influenced. He was not unbiased when he did all his research. And all of a sudden he comes up with his own trim that where he says, you got to take the heels down till the frog kisses the ground. And he came up with this area. Oh, he is so accredited with coming up with this amazing stuff, like this physiological trim and this thing that calls hemodynamic flows thing of the foot, how it fills with blood and it's like a heart that pumps and, you know, all this stuff. Guess what? This stuff was taught by these guys. These guys, you read this, see, all these old books that we can't get a hold of to read, they already talk about all this stuff. He didn't discover jack. Okay, he just took stuff that had already been taught for years, bad stuff, by the way, that was wrong, that had already been taught but for years, and then added it to the no-heel Jamie Jackson trim. And all of a sudden, he's accredited with being the mastermind of some great discovery when he didn't think of this stuff at all. This stuff was already thought about. And when you start reading this about frog pressure and what they believe, you're going to see that, because this was in 1977. And Boker didn't come out with his plagiarized ideas until which I don't know if it's plagiarism, but look, he didn't invent those ideas. They were already in the writings of vets and farriers going back 100 years or more. But you see what people do. they come up with stuff and then they say, oh, look what I come up with. And they didn't come up with it at all. And you know what? That's really irritating when you find that out, by the way, especially when it's stuff that affected your life and harmed your horse. And these people are supposed to be experts and beyond reproach. And you're supposed to come into a study with no preconceived ideas. Let me tell you what, all these people, Jamie Jackson, Dr. Bolker, every one of them came with major preconceived ideas into this research and study of the horse's foot. So if you go to, okay, where am I at here? Conditions and practices responsible for unnatural hoof shape. That's on page 107. Where are we at here? That's 96. We'll go back this way. Okay. Now what page is that? What page did I say that was? Anybody remember? 196?
107, I think.
Oh God.
Maybe.
See,
Yeah.
this is what happens with your short-term memory when you get old. Crying out loud. Conditions and practices causing. Now, I'm going to tell you, this is a long article in this book. Just a sec there. Man, I got to get rid of some stuff on my. Okay, frog pressure theory. Of the theories and practices that directly encourage an unnaturally shaped hoof, the major one is frog pressure theory. This concept of the function and importance of the frog of the hoof dates back to the second half of the 19th century. Okay, 19th century was the 1800s. Okay, but in reality, we know that it goes clear back to the opening of the first vet school in France and to Philip Lafosse, who was one of the first anatomists who first introduced it. That before that, everybody, all the paintings and the statues and everything going clear back into Greece, 2,000 years, that everybody believed that horses had to have heels and that the frog should be up off the ground. And he talks about that in here, only he didn't know that I don't think he knew about Xenophon, that Greek general that said when you're choosing a war horse, you want to look for a foot that is high in front and high behind. He's talking about the hairline. And see, the big thing on all this barefoot deal is getting that 30-degree hairline in there, so that your bulbs are sitting right down on the ground. So he says, apparently it was developed by someone in one of the important veterinary academies of the time. Yeah, in France. Now, Henry Hamerling, who wrote the article, The Proper Hoof Angle, gives a full history going clear back 2,000 years before to the Greeks, whose horses all had a lot of heel and took over the whole world. Okay, the Mongols too, they kicked some, they kicked Rome's rear, right? So, okay, it says, soon it was adopted by theorists. That's people who sit around their butt and theorize. Since then, it has become used in nearly every book dealing with horseshoeing. Now, I can tell you that frog pressure don't work, that it just smashes the frog. And I've done enough dissections, and this guy did too, to tell you that, that thing is not meant to be slammed on the ground. Okay. So he said its rapid acceptance probably had to do with the supposed basis in nature. That is, people believed that in the horse's natural state, the frog was supposed to come directly into contact with the ground. Therefore, the farrier must see to it that the frog does so, or so the concept goes. It was believed that the frog must be so exposed that it would receive considerable pressure from the ground surface in movement. In this position, it supposedly is forced upward, thus spreading the heels and compressing the digital cushion. This is not the way it works, people. You can look at that dissections I've done where I show you how put the foot in the capsule and press down, and you see how that frog stay is meant to descend down. It's like a suspension system. It isn't meant to push up. It's meant to have room to descend down and spring back up. Okay, where am I at? Okay, in this position, it supposedly is forced upward, thus spreading the heels and compressing the digital cushion. In this way, it was thought to act like a pump to See what I mean? I read this and I was ticked. You know why I was ticked? Because these people come along and they act like they invented all of this. Go check it out. Go read about them. Go read about Dr. Boker, and how he invented this theory. Whoa. This is 1977. I'm going to read that again. In this way, it was thought to act like a pump to force blood out of the veins and up the leg, increasing circulation. See, he is accredited with inventing this idea. What do you call that? What do you call that? When somebody reads something old that nobody else probably has read or get a hold of, and then you pretend like you invented it. See, the lack of ethics among people in the hoof care industry is astounding. Astounding how these people plagiarize. First of all, they plagiarize off of one another constantly, all to get to have a book, to have a class, to have a this, to have a that, to do their clinics, to fill their bank account and to get attention. They love having attention. I'm pretty sure it's just jam-packed full of narcissists. You look at the history of it, and the people that had the worst ideas were the people that were the most exalted. And the people like this guy that really did have some good examples, well, this book, I don't even think they print, well, they may print this book, but I doubt if very many people read it. So it says, it's not difficult to see how this theory came to be accepted as one based on a state of nature. See, and we were right in 1977, boy, we're just coming out of the 60s, with all the, tree hugging, all that kind of stuff going on. Everything's got to be natural, man. Look, natural this, natural that, natural food, natural lifestyle, nature. I don't know if you know, but nature ain't always nice. Just saying. Not nice to fool Mother Nature. Okay, it's not difficult to see how this theory came to be accepted as one based on the state of nature. The only horses most English and European authors could ever observe roaming relatively free were in a domesticated countryside, subject to an exceptionally damp climate. Therefore, their feet were likely of an unnatural shape, having weak low heels, and thus exposed frogs frogs that were on the ground. And this is what happened to Bracy Clark. Okay, they had a horse he only was able to see one horse his whole life that hadn't been shod till it was 5 years old, because he had a client and they wanted to do this experiment because they put horses into service as soon as possible. And so their feet were being whittled on right away with this belief of low heel. And so he had one horse that a client of his allowed him to just pasture for 5 years. Then they brought the mare in, and they brought the mare in and they took plaster casts of her feet, and he thought that this was the natural foot. And I want to show you a couple of things that pertain to this. Now, you just seen what Emery said about how over in Europe, see, these ideas came from Europe, by the way. This so-called frogs like a pump came from Europe, not from Dr. Boker. And he said there, those people in Europe, they never saw a true natural foot like what we see in the wild in America. Okay, so I want to show you something here in my Bracy Clark file. Just a minute here. Yeah, I learned a long time ago that you trace out, you look at some of the stuff you're taught, and especially in academics and stuff like that, and then you trace out where that person learned it, who'd he learn it from, and it's like a genealogy. Okay, bad ideas travel from generation to generation to generation, and it is like a genealogy. You know, so-and-so taught so-and-so who taught so-and-so, and then he taught this guy. See how it follows? And from generation to generation, this is what, just a minute here. New share. So I'll show you some stuff Bracy Clark said. Just a minute, I got to make everything bigger. Oh, come on. Extra large, please. Supersize me on these pictures. Okay, so first I'm going to show you, okay, this is the foot that right here, this foot right here. Just a minute, make sure. Okay, good, it's changing. So Bracy Clark, this was the mare over in England that was able to go 5 full years and never be touched. And this is what her foot looked like. This is what on wet, sod ground, this is what the foot of the 5-year-old mare looked like. And this is one after this. I don't know which foot this was, but this is what he then thought was the natural foot right here. And let's see here. But here's what he said about stuff. Just a second here. New share. Okay, he said now this is a guy that's writing. He was one of the first vets in the London Veterinary College, and that was opened in 1793, and then 3 students, and he was one of them. And so then for 50 years, he studied the foot of the horse and found out that what they were teaching about frog pressure was not true. And so he says the eye soon gets accustomed to deformity and does not discover it. It says this error, it was an error. He was looking at deformed feet and didn't know it. The problem is, for as much as he learned, he was still looking at deformed feet and didn't know it. I wish he was around today, because we would have a wonderful conversation, because he was a wonderful man of high integrity, by the way. He says, this error was that embarrassed me and misled me in all my first experiments on what I conceived to be the natural foot. See how they're all into this nature thing? You know, nature true. You equate nature with truth. All right. You could say the true foot of the horse. That's what he called his book, Hippodynamia. Okay. The true economy, structure, data of the foot. So he says, this error was that embarrassed and misled me in all my first experiments on what I conceived to be the natural foot during the several years and completely obscured my views of the true nature of these things and my predecessors also, as the general tenor of their works will indicate. Now, I'm going to tell you that the foot of the horse has been written on extensively throughout history. Okay, more so before we had engines, because that was the thing that got us around, and it ran on these feet, and they were having problems with these feet all the time because they kept trimming the heels out trying to force frog pressure. And so he recognized that he really didn't know what the true foot was, and the closest he ever got, okay, was this foot right here. And let me look here. Just a second here. Because that's England. Okay. Now, maybe if he's over in Spain, you know, and they got some horses over there, he would have got a different foot. But this is the only foot that he could ever see in his whole life on a horse that never had been touched for 5 years. So for him, it was the luck of the draw. Another horse's foot could turn out a different way because he learned a lot from this, and he learned that frog pressure was wrong. But this is what he did. He took this foot and they shot it with the typical trimming practices and shoeing practices of the day. And this is what it turned into right here. The heels contracted and the toe grew out long. This is what happened to the foot. Now, he, unlike us, we can take pictures. So we can learn a lot from pictures, thank goodness. He had to make a plaster cast of this foot and then get, these are plaster casts, which are not easy to do on a live horse, of this horse's foot after they'd shot her for a couple years in the typical way they do, wherein he learned this frog pressure thing was not good. And so he developed a new way to trim and shoe that lifted the frog off the ground, not frog pressure. And so off of those plaster casts, then he had a guy do a lithograph drawing that could be printed that cost a substantial amount of money to be done. Okay, so, and of course, the whole time he's researching and trying to figure this out, that jerk that wound up running the veterinary college was backbiting him and slandered him the whole time. And that guy, so this guy, Edward Coleman, that wound up running that college, he had never shot a horse. He had never worked on a horse. He knew nothing about animals. He was made the head of that college. And then within 93, within 5 years, 5 to 7 years, he writes a book. And in that book is every single thing that you could apply to a horse's foot that would deform and distort it. And this book became the standard textbook for learning anatomy and how to shoe the horse's foot. And one of the main things that he promoted, among other horrendous practices that vets and farriers do because of him, was frog pressure. Okay, so Leslie Emery, when he's talking about how this idea came out of Europe, okay, and it seems logical when Philip Lafosse in France first thought of the idea, oh, horses ought to be walking on their frogs. He thought it would be because then they wouldn't slip on the pavement, you know, like a rubber stopper. See, in in a sense, it can seem logical and make sense until you really start studying these feet and see that that is not how they are made. That the frog and the digital cushion are part of a suspension system going down and up, not part of something that should be on the ground being pounded up. And the foot is not a pump in that sense. So, okay, so let me go back here. Okay, so, oh, my hour is up. Okay, so he said again, its rapid acceptance probably had to do with its supposed basis in nature. See, whenever they want to try and say something's good for you, who do they appeal to? Nature, right? We got to have natural. And in fact, they've been able to pawn off a bunch of stuff on us that wasn't natural at all that we started doing, including the food pyramid that made us all fat. So he said its rapid acceptance had to do with its supposed basis in nature. That is, people believe that the horse's natural state, and he proves this wrong here, because he talks about wild horses and how their frog is well up off the ground. So he did know, and the other guys that were with him had been around wild horses because this guy was up in Oregon. And so they knew that their frogs were not on the ground like that. Just a minute here. I'll read this again. It says, therefore, the farrier must see to it that the frog does so, or so the concept go. It was believed that the frog must be exposed, that it should receive considerable pressure from the ground. You see what you have people doing now? They're taking the heels down so far to make up for the shoe they're putting on the horse. They're taking the heels down below the frog so that when they put a shoe on, the frog is still hitting the ground. And in that way, they are prolapsing these frogs. It says, where it was believed that the frog must be so exposed that we receive considerable pressure from the ground surface. In movement, in this position, it supposedly is forced upward, thus spreading the heels and compressing the digital cushion. In this way, it was thought to act like a pump to force blood out of the veins and up the leg, increasing circulation. So again, this goes back to this Dr. Bolger, who claimed he invented this. It is not difficult to see how this theory came to be accepted as the state of nature. The only horses most English, see where it come from over there. English and European authors could observe roaming relatively free were a domesticated country in a domesticated countryside subject to an exceptionally damp climate. Therefore, their feet were likely of an unnatural shape, having weak low heels and exposed frogs. Just a minute. Anyway, you should go read this. I'm not going to read any more of it. You should go read this because it is like this many pages. Okay, well, they're cutting me off. Oh, not yet. Okay, like right here. He quotes other people. Like right here, he quotes this guy. He says, who is this? Lungwitz, whoever that was in Dollar, knew so well. He says, in this instance, for once, cause and treatment make more sense. Hayes' reasoning follows the functions of the hoof. This guy was well read, which Lungwitz and Dollar knew so well, but they were unable to buck popular opinion. See, this has been going on for a long time. So they contradicted themselves. Hayes put it all together this way. One of the commonest causes of contraction at the heels is the undue lengthening of the toe, the so-called long toe. When this occurs, the foot is, and you know why? Because when you lower the heels, the toe shoots out forward. Okay? It says when this occurs, the foot is placed out of balance in the slight expansion of the hoof, which occurs when the weight of the animal is placed on the foot, is diminished because they're trimming the heels out and sometimes obliterated. You know how I just showed you when we started this, how you take it from the back. When you're taking it from the back, it wants to move to the front. Does it stand to reason that a horse would be tripping all over the place like that? It's like he's wearing clown shoes. Says the balance between expansion and retraction is lost. The retraction force is in the ascendant. Long toes are one of the faults of modern farriery. That's why they dress them down to look like they are not long with a rasp. Look like they're not flared. When you trim the heels out, it forces the toe forward and it forces the toe to flare out. Anyway, so that is that article, and this is on the Internet Archive right here. All right. And a lot of other good books there that you can find as well. Now, something I found out is when I started growing heels on my horse, I never had thrush again. And when I was trimming the heels out and I was using that copper sulfate, yeah, that really kept thrush away too. But now that my horse has heels and his frog is up off the ground, he's got a thick frog. His frog is protected and he never has thrush. So anyway, so I wanted to share that with you. I'll post the link and I encourage you to just go read what he said about the natural horse, the wild horse, and what he said about frog pressure and how it causes distortion of the feet. And all this lowering of the heel to force frog pressure is an old doctrine, as is the so-called hemodynamic flow. So you know what they say. What is it when you claim to do stuff, claim to have stuff when you didn't invent it? See, that's dishonest. Dishonest all the way around. All this low heel stuff, all this frog pressures, we inherited this. It's been coming down the pipeline for over 200 years. And like I read in Bracy Clark's book last time, the amount of suffering is incalculable. Incalculable. You all know, you go around the Facebook, you see all the hoof groups with lame horses on them, right? With feet, the most horrendous feet. Okay. See, now, not only do you have the experts doing it, but now the experts have figured out a way to make more money off of you by teaching you to trim your own horse, giving you a big expensive clinic and selling you all kinds of garbage. And then you go out and you lame your own horse. You kill your own horse. Isn't that special? Okay. All right. Well, Marilyn, we're going to look at Molly's feet. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Now that I'm done raking these guys over the coals, I think they deserve it. See?
Before we get started on Dolly, Anonymous wants a brief explanation on contracted heels.
Okay. Well, contracted heels are when heels, well, here, let me try and find a picture to show you. Just a minute. Go to Facebook to that post I did today. Let's see here. Just a minute. Let's see, new share. Here we are. New share. Here we go. So I did this post today. And we're going to go through here. Because I got an example of contracted heels in here. Now this would not be contracted heels. This is where heels are not contracted. You see, this is a healthy foot, and this is a rear foot. Now, the heels were still a bit too low. And the only reason the horse was saved from having his heels trimmed out was because he had a big, thick, dead frog. And so you're going to find in that article too, how they were constantly teaching you shouldn't trim the frog. Say, don't trim the frog at all. Which can cause its own form. Oh, somebody sent me a picture of contracted heels. Okay, see this heel? Wait a minute. Let me see if I'm sharing right here. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so this heel here and here is supposed to be clear over here. And then the frog wider here. And so that is contracted heels. And this is caused ultimately from, even if it looks like this horse has heels, okay, because what happens when you trim the heels low, the foot wants to suck this wall around behind and lift itself back up because that's the way it's made. Just like your nose, you push it over to the side of your face, and what's it want to do? It wants to go back to where it is. And so that foot, the back of that foot, those bulbs, that cartilage up on top, that's meant to be up in the air. And so when you trim the heels down and pull it down, it's pulling up the whole time. Well, as it pulls up, it takes the wall you've trimmed out here and it pulls it behind the foot and it becomes a false heel. And if they don't have very good frogs, then the bulbs are squeezed together. So that's a really good example of contracted heels. Here is a good example of non-contracted heels right here. And now you see this area right here between the bulbs. That's where the frog stay grows and where the central sulcus is. And so when there's no frog stay, no central sulcus, because trimming the heels low strips it gradually out of the foot a lot of times, then as the sidewall here, as this foot wants to stand and be up here, okay, instead of these cartilages and bulbs being pulled down the ground, as that thing stretches back up, it takes this sidewall and it turns and twists it in like this, and you get your contracted heels. Now, it can do that also, and if you have a frog stay in here, then it will just turn it right into here. It won't contract the heels per se. All right, so, but okay, here's a picture. This is contracted heels here. And this here is this foot. It's like I said, you see how he had a big dead frog? He had a big, pretty much dead frog, a good frog. And so the person trimming him did not totally trim out his heels. So he had a good foot and he had a pretty good capsule, but he could have had, this could have been even higher up off the ground, because they still trimmed a little bit of heel out, and they were pulling down a little bit of that because he had some ripples, so to speak, in his hoof capsule, which was from the back of them being trimmed out. Okay, so this is his foot again. Well, it's her foot. This is a rear foot, was not at all foundered, not at all. But this foot, because they kept trimming the heels down, trimming them down, trying to make them look like that one dead wild horse that wore its heels out with the 30-degree hairline of Jamie Jackson's. Okay, and the foot kept raising up, and it not only curled the heels in, it pulled, what it did here was it pulled the bulbs. Okay, see where these bulbs are? See where the bulb skin is here? It pulled these bulbs under and into the foot here. So this foot was rotated and foundered mechanically due to trimming the heels out. But the back foot wasn't. And you see this a lot in laminating horses. Their back feet will be relatively good, not totally foundered like the front ones anyway, or completely untouched. So that's what contracted heels are, is when these heels get pulled together like this. But this is a different form of contracted heels right here, because the capsules didn't look like this. Let me show you what this foot looked like. So I got that on here somewhere. Okay, this is that foot right here. It's one of these. Now I had these soaking because I wanted to show you how the periopal is tubules. That periopal band is tubules. Everything on the foot is tubules. The frog, the sole, the periopal, the hoof wall. It's all like the hair that grows from the leg. I mean, it's so amazing, you know, that it is just like the hair that grows from the leg, only the skin here grows hair. The skin on the foot grows periopal, grows hoof wall, grows sole, grows frog, emits glue to glue the wall and the sole together. That foot's amazing. It's an amazing thing. Okay, so this is I believe this, yeah, this is the foot that I was just showing you what it looked like from behind. We'll see here. That's what it looked like from behind. Now, it doesn't look like it has contracted heels, does it? But look at the big dead frog. See? It's a different form of contraction, but this is what was really going on because, okay, now that you can see that dead tissue right there. Now, this is where, look, big frog stay and everything, but what was happening? These heels were being pulled around into here, and the goof capsule was reduced in such a way that it was forcing the digital cushion up, which was rotating and forcing the toe down. So even though this looks like a good big hoof capsule, it was doing this to the toe, rotating, forcing the toe down. And it wasn't because it had high heels. It was because it had some distortion going on in the back of this foot from them continually trimming the heels down. See all this dead stuff in these bars? Anyway, so the type of contraction, I don't even know if you call it contraction, is when, well, I'm going to show you something. Just a second here. So I've been trimming Valor's feet. I trimmed his feet yesterday, and I found something really interesting about how these heels contract in a different way, which we're going to look at here real quick. So just a second here. It's got to go to dissect some dissected feet. Just a second here. Inner foot, HI. I don't know if this is the right deal. Just a second. Take me a second to find this. Okay, yeah. New share right here. This foot here. Okay, now this was a contracted foot. This was a foot like, because look, this is a space between the bulbs. Okay, I just showed you what a good foot looked like standing up. Just a minute, let me turn it over. Okay, so I just showed you the back of a foot where the bulbs were wide and there was a space between the bulbs here. Okay, maybe I'll flash on on one of those pictures. Just a second here. Well, I probably got one here. Oh, I know I got one. Okay, keep this foot in your memory. See, remember I was telling you, look at this little nubbin back here. See that? That's where your heel buttress grows from the bottom of this right here. That hook to the back of your heel. There's your heel. Okay, see that bulb? How is that supposed to be pulled clear down here to the ground? It's not. What happens when you do that? See, it starts deforming the capsule on the foot and starts deforming the foot. So this is an anatomically correct foot. And back here is where it had a good heel buttress growing. Okay, now this was before I started getting an inkling that this cartilage up here was also part of the foot. Okay, so got to remember the time wise here. Now this would be how the foot would be relatively correct. See how it's got this nubbin? That's where your heel buttress grows from. When you trim the heels out, it pulls that little nubbin down. It pulls it down and it smashes it. It actually curls it inward like that. That's why I say, what are false heels? What are false heels? False heels are when you've trimmed the heels out. And look, this does not want to be pulled down to the ground. It's got all this cartilage up here attached to it. And so you pull that down to the ground. What's going on? It's pulling up the whole time. Well, when it pulls back up, it takes the wall over here and it pulls it around behind the foot. And then you got this number going on. Just a minute. We'll do an annotate here. That no longer, well, here you might, now you really have no heel buttress really growing here hardly at all. See, this will be turned in even more to where there's nothing. Okay, and then you got this. It was sidewall that joins with bar and makes a false heel. And it can even be high. You can keep trimming it low, but the foot keeps raising up and takes this wall. See, like, okay, like let's say this is your foot. And you keep trimming it down like this, to get that natural barefoot. Okay, well, this cartilage, it don't want to be, it was up here, it don't want to be pulled down here. And so it pulls back up, and then it takes this little piece here, right here, and it pulls it behind the foot. And so it pulls it behind the foot, and then you come out, and by God, your horse has grown heel. Look at that. How did he grow those heels like that? We didn't grow heel. He just took the sidewall, the wall you weakened, he pulled it around behind because he's got this big cartilage up here that don't want to be pulled down to the ground here. Just like your nose doesn't want to be pushed over the side of your face. Okay, the second it's pushing back on you the whole time. Well, you can go ahead and trim these heels out to try and get that ideal model. But guess what? This foot wants to be up here. This part of the foot wants to be off the ground. Doesn't want to be on the ground where you've been told it should be. See? And so it will pull back up and it will take this little piece here and wrap itself behind it, and then it'll look like this. There, your horse has just made himself heels. But all this is structural. And what it does also, it's designed in such a way that if the horse is naturally wearing his heels down because, there's no grass and he's got to travel a long ways or water sources far, that he can survive. And so what they have you doing in these barefoot trims is trying to put a foot on your horse that he would only have in the worst of survival modes. And so as long as these feet are in a dry climate, you know, you can get that 30-degree hairline down like that, because that periopal band is going to dry out, that frog is going to dry out, and it's going to hold and force that cartilage, this cartilage here, down here. But as soon as it rains, see, that's the problem they're having in Arizona with David Landerville, who does this. He figured out, now the guy is super talented, very artsy fartsy, okay? And he figured out how to trim these feet so that you could get them to hold together and get them to look just like Jamie Jackson's one dead wild horse that wore its heels out. But as soon as it rains, like when it rains in Arizona, it's not good, because those feet can fall apart when it's really wet. That's why in barefoot trimming, they pretty much tell you that moisture is an enemy to the foot. That's because that periopal will not hold that cartilage down. That cartilage is wanting to pull up and out all the time. It is under constant pressure because, and here's one of the reasons, inside here is filled with really super dense fat, okay? Fibro cartilage. Well, it's got a little cartilage in it, but it's mostly a heavy duty fat like whale blubber. And so not only is this cartilage, which always wants to be in a certain place, being forced down, but it's being pressed down and forced into that digital cushion, which is fat. And so you might say that this whole foot now is loaded and under tremendous pressure. Not only under tremendous pressure, but there's going to be a lot of bleeding going on inside there too. That's why in the white feet, you can see the bleeding. You can see the red coming through the wall. But, you know, most feet are multicolored or black or dark. So you don't see all the blood that is leaching out of the lamina and other places as this foot is being deformed, and how these feet are constantly inflamed and suffering inflammation constant. Just like if I was gradually just tearing your fingernail off, you know, it would get uncomfortable. So, okay, so let me undo this here. Clear all drawings. All right, so this is just an example. Here's your nubbin here that your heel buttress grows from. Lifts up, supports the whole back of your foot, and that big chunk there supports your whole hoof capsule. And then the frog stay also supporting the back of the foot between the bulbs. And so when you trim it out, this gets more and more and more crushed, and it gets literally wound up in the foot like that. This here, it's almost as if you're trying to turn the foot inside out. That's how bad it gets. So I wanted to show you something on my own horse in this regard that I discovered. And like, I don't know if it was always there or if it is the result of the injury where he tore half the cartilage off here to about there. And it's interesting what it did. He had a run forward heel, because I always trim that heel out more. So his heel was always run forward and asymmetrical, and the bulb pulled down. Well, when he got that injury, I didn't recognize it at the time, but he didn't just tear this cartilage off here, this big chunk of cartilage, have a big flap there. He tore the whole heel. There was a huge crack in the heel there as well. Like, how he did that, who knows? But here's what was interesting about that. After all said and done and healed up, it totally fixed that run forward, pulled down heel, and it's up level with the other one now. So I'm going to show you that. And I'm going to show you too how, because his heel was literally curled in like what look at. Here's your heel buttress. You know what that looks like? When you look at it from under here, because it turns here and it goes turns into the bar right here on the inside next to the frog. Okay. And so when you look at the anatomy in the back, it looks like this. It's got a little triangular deal there. That's a triangular heel buttress. So it's, you know, like so. I don't know if I can do it. You know, it's a little triangular pillar back there. So I'm going to show you what happened to my horse's foot, which is very interesting. Just a minute here. Let me undo everything. Okay. We're going to go back to this other foot here real quick. Okay, here's that foot. Look back here. You don't see that nubbin, do you? See how that is pulled? That's the coronary band. This is again supposed to be where here's the coronary band, and do another annotate here. This is not supposed to be wrapped around and smashed and wrapped around in towards the frog. It is literally wrapped in there. This is supposed to be like this. Okay, see this nubbin? Probably bigger than that. That's what your heel buttress grows from. Attach the back of the foot here. So there's supposed to be a nubbin there. I may not be drawing it quite right, but this here ain't supposed to be there. This here is supposed to be up here like that. And then the heel buttress would grow. I don't even think this is the actual heel. Okay, I think the heel, because this is all cartilage, the heels are cartilage. So not only can the back of the coronary band that grows the part of the wall that's called the heel buttress here, we'll make it in blue. Okay. Not only does this piece here get wrapped around, but you see the heel, what looks like heel here. Okay, this is cartilage. This can totally get wrapped around on each side as well. So that then, I mean, this can get wrapped around all the way up to where the coffin bone is. Like in this foot, the coffin bone maybe, let's see here. Let's say it's to here. Okay, so this is all cartilage. All of this could literally be spun in, wrapped in to the center of the foot, all covered over with periopal skin that looks like a frog, and you don't even know what's happened. And it happens in little bitty increments with each trim. See? And that periopal skin, you see, because this is what would happen if the horse had to go 20 miles a day, okay, or more. It's going to wear out its heels. And as it does so, this wall curls around behind and becomes heel. And the periopal skin grows over that whole frog and everything to hold the hoof capsule on to make sure the horse survives. And so, yeah, that's natural, but that ain't what I want for my horse. You know what I mean? I don't want to trim him like he's in a severe drought in the Saudi desert, you know, or in Death Valley, where he has to, you know, walk 20 steps to get a bite of grass. That is how they are trimming these horses. They are mimicking overwear, and the foot is meant to survive, and that is why they seem to get by. See? They seem to get by. They seem to do all right. But here's the thing. with each little bit that you are sacrificing that's being wrapped around the foot, and the foot is getting capsule getting smaller and smaller, you are sacrificing function. And so this foot, look, the body is not one member, but many. You have one body, but you have many members in that one body. You know, a bodily member, you know what a bodily member is, right? Like your hand is a bodily member, your foot is a bodily member, and all the things in the foot are also members, you know? And so every piece of your body is there for a purpose, for a function. And so when you lose function, or you lose one member, or you lose function, then the rest of the body has to do something to make up for it. If you know, if you get even the tip of your finger cut off where you don't have a fingernail anymore, from then on, I got to try and pick up a dime with my thumb and my middle finger. See what I mean? The other parts of the body have to go to work to make up for that part that is not functioning properly. And so when you in increments are slowly trimming the heels out, and of course he's making heel, and I can prove that because I did it to my horse, and I thought he was growing heels. I was amazed, and I just kept taking him down and taking him down, you know, and every time I come out, it looked like he'd grown heel and stuff. But what he was doing was he had good strong cartilage. The cartilage was lifting back up, and as it did so, it pulled this part of the capsule around behind the foot, which lifted up the back of the foot and made it look like he had heels again. And so with every little increment that is taken away, you're sacrificing function. And when it gets to the point where you no longer have a frog that can descend to the ground and up, you've lost all function, the way that foot was supposed to function. And now everything else is having to make up for what the foot is not doing. Okay? The pastern is meant to descend onto the digital cushion, and the digital cushion descends onto the frog, and the frog descends to the ground. And the whole time that frog is descending to the ground, it is pushing back up, which the digital cushion of the frog working in that manner then help the deep digital flexor tendon. See? And all those other ligaments and tendons and the knee joints and everything. See, they're all supposed to work. But if the foot is not doing its part, everything above it suffers. And if the tendons suffer and the knees suffer, then the shoulder's going to suffer, then the back's going to suffer, the neck's going to suffer, the hip's going to, see? If one member suffers, the whole body will suffer with it. Yeah. You know, believe you me, I got enough injuries to know. Like, okay, I had a bull dislocate my knee from the side, hit it in the side of my knee, and I have never been the same. And every time something happens, it happens to that knee. Well, what'd that affect? That affect my hip. You know, I'll tell you what it really affected was my disposition. It makes me a little grumpy. But it affected my whole life too, because there's things I don't want to do, can't do, because if I do it, my knee is going to dislocate. And I'm going to tell you right now, the last thing I want is go to any of these hospitals, get a knee replacement, you know? So I'm going to, you know, nurse it along till the bitter end. But if you have, you know, any part of the body suffers, the whole body is going to be affected one way or the other. Okay. Okay. So what was I going to do? Got into that. Oh, so I'm going to show you my horse. We're going to clear all that drawing and get out of there. Okay. So here again, here's that same foot. I want you to look at that. look at how this heel is turned in. Look at how the bar is curved in like that. So when you're looking at your bars, and you see them on these barefoot horses a lot, you'll see the bar curved in like that. Oh, just a minute. Okay. Okay, and the bulbs are squeezed together, but they don't have to be. That's what I want you to know, is that the bulbs are not always contracted like that. These heels can be very wide, and you can have what looks like a big old frog, okay? But it's not the real heels. All right. So let's see here. Just a second. Want to try and find, maybe this picture will do. I think I can do this picture. Oh, that's not really a good enough one. Just a minute. Let me go to another place. You know, your computer's getting slow when it gives you a message that says working on it. Anybody ever seen that? Your computer's loaded with a bunch of stuff, and instead of just going there, it gives you a little message. Working on it. I'm working on it. Poor overworked thing. Okay, here we go. Okay, new share. Okay, so I want you to see, let's see, this little area here. See, well, actually, this little triangular area here.
New share.
Oh, sorry, just a minute. New share. Okay, so you see this area here? This is the area that the heel buttress grows from. This is the area, this gets totally wrapped around and pulled in. This gets pulled into here. And then that's what makes the heel and the bar bend like this. Like, you'll look at these horses and you'll see they've got bent bars like that. So this is the area that the heel buttress grows from right here. Let me draw on it here a minute. Just what color?
Linda,
Yeah, what?
if the bars don't bend, do they grow up into the foot? Because they have to go
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah, they got to go somewhere, don't they? Yes, they do grow up into the foot.
So it's either they either bend or they grow upward, right?
Right. Because okay, think about it this way. This part's supposed to be up in the air. This part here, okay, up off the ground, but you've pulled it down to the ground. Okay, so what happens to this part? Well, it's like this. See, and so that bar can just grow up that way. You know, in fact, I got a hoof capsule where it did that. Let me undo this here. So, okay, so the heel buttress. So this is the coronary band that's growing the wall over here. Okay, but when we get to here, about here, this is the heel buttress right here. Well, not that. Yeah. Okay, this is the heel buttress here. Okay, and that is bar corium. I do believe. I don't, it's hard to tell because, there's also the bottom of the collateral groove. So it's like, you see how seamless it all is, and that's why when everything gets twisted around, it all kind of starts growing and merging together. So, so you have the bottom of the collateral groove and the bar here. I'm looking on both sides trying to tell what's what. Like which part is growing the bar. And then here, you got frog corium, okay? And it goes to about here, I think. Or, well, it connects. Actually, when the frog grows, it's supposed to connect to the heel buttress. All right. So, okay. So this frog corium. But anyway, the point is that this heel buttress is a little triangle area. See this here? Okay, see that little triangular area? That's what your heel buttress grows from, connected to the back of your heel here. Okay, all around here. And so this big triangular pillar supports the back of the foot up where it's supposed to be. And because it grows from there, when you trim it too low, because it's growing from there, it forces the whole back of the foot down to the ground where it was never meant to be. But because a horse could be in trouble and have to survive and wear its heels down, the foot responds in such a way to hold the whole thing together and to keep the capsule on the foot. And the whole foot can be conformed and reduced into a smaller capsule as it's being worn down. So this is, now that is natural and that is survival, but we don't want survival. I don't want to be digging out of trash cans. I could be eating out of garbage cans and survive, but I'd much rather being able to have money to buy food, right? So the horse put in survival mode, okay, he will wear his foot down and all this anatomy will be changed and be wrapped up, and then that periople will grow of it and hold it in that position. And they can still seem sound, but function is being taken away, and there'll be consequences somewhere else in the body. I mean, when you think of the barefoot model, that horse died in a roundup. Now, these horses, they can still live over 20 years or so. They don't just die at early ages. Okay, you follow any of these wild horse groups that have been following these horses a long time, there's some old timers out there. Okay, so there's some old timers out there, and but if they've gone through some really hard times, some heavy droughts, it's affected their feet, and so, yeah, you're going to find some that are going to have what seems like about a 30-degree hairline and their bulbs on the ground. But most of them have heels. Most of them have a lot of heel, especially if they live in an area like the Salt River horses, where I'm not sure where that's at, but they live around a river. And those horses are in the water all the time, sticking their head under the water and eating water grass. It's pretty amazing. You guys should join those groups that follow these wild horses and advocate for them. So, okay, so I want you to remember this little triangular area here, because I'm going to show you something on my horse, okay, that I found yesterday. Let's see. They're all drawings. Okay. So I found that on my horse, and I found it where it shouldn't be. Yeah, you're going to see. Okay. And it's not the first time I've seen it. I've seen it like that on my pony too. I've seen it where like here, you don't see, there's no hoof wall growing here, so you can't see it. But I've seen it where the heel was literally curled in and you could find the buttress curled in clear into here. So I found this on my own horse, yesterday whose heels I've been restoring for a long time and unwrapping basically. And then, like, I don't know if part of this though was not from the injury, but it will show you what happens to these heel buttresses. So give me a second here. Let's see, because it's on my phone and I got to send it to myself. Let's see here. Do. How do I send it to me? Well, usually to send it to me, I got to send it to somebody else. So Maria Woolley sent me that contracted foot. I'm going to send her pictures of my horse's feet. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. You can
Do I need
see.
to send it back?
No, I'll just take a copy of it off our messenger.
Okay.
Let's see here. And I'll show you what happened to the heel as well, how that bulb is up in the air now. It's just funny. Okay, I think I got enough of them there. Now see, that whole heel cracked off. So, I mean, I'll probably send some more pictures, just a second, of let's see, time before. Oh God, when was that? Man, our whole internet is acting up. Let's see. Go way back to the injury, to where it was really bad. So that heel might have curled in some because of the injury. But there's another thing I thought was happening anyway, and that is that as the back of the foot and because you know that frog gets shoved way forward, and it also gets bent up into the foot as well. So
did you want a new share?
No, I'm not sharing it.
Okay.
I'm just posting pictures for right now.
Okay.
That we can kind of go through and look at. Of his injury and that heel. And like I said, I didn't notice that oh my goodness sakes, I didn't notice. And we can look at it from before it was even injured. Oh gosh, I wonder why my internet's acting up. Come on. Oh, okay, we're getting there. Yeah, because I want you to see the before and after. Criminally. Maybe this is a picture of it. Well, I'll look at this foot. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't post that many, it's telling me. Okay. Okay, so now let me go to second here and get all these pictures. So I tried this experiment on his foot, and I don't know if it was the right thing to do or not, but see, them heels were really curling in. I mean, and I don't know if it was the injury or if it was to the fact that I was releasing so much of the back of that foot that it was, those bulbs were coming uncurled and the whole frog is moving back. And so you still got the old heels there. Okay, you just saw how that heel gets curled in, right? So if your old heel is still growing there, and that whole back of that foot's trying to come out, that frog and the bulbs and everything. Well, then the force of it is going to kind of make those heels curl in a bit. So let's see. Open it. Just a second. New share. Well, it hasn't sent those other pictures yet. Just a minute. Oh, it's slowly doing it here. Phew. Let's see. Okay. So this was not right after the injury. This is several weeks after the injury. Now, at the time of the injury, I did not notice this. Do you see that big crack? I didn't know that it also tore the heel off. Now, here's the interesting thing. This heel was run forward, and this side of the foot asymmetrical, wider, and the bulb was pulled down under. And so forever I've been trying to correct that, right? Well, when this happened, and that it released the bulb, and the bulb went right back up where it's supposed to be. How funny is that? Not suggesting we break the heels off to do that, but you know. So here you can see it. Just a minute here. That me. New share. Okay, you see how this bulb is level with this one? It was not like that before. How interesting is that? You know, all because this heel cracked off, and all of this allowed this cartilage that was being held down by the distorted hoof capsule to come back up. I'm going to see if I can find a picture to show you how this bulb was not level with this one. Now, see, these heels are still curled in, but the back of the foot, because I'm releasing, taking out this periopal now, remember that I have been restoring these heels for a while. He's got a lot of foot, so that when I release the back of his foot and his bulbs from that periopal, they still have something to be in. It's not like he has no heels and the periopal is just binding the foot into a teeny tiny no-heeled capsule, and then I go in there and release all that survival mode periopal, and the whole back of his foot bursts out, and there's nothing there for it to be in. You know, that can be a difficult situation. So let me see if I can find a picture to show you what it was like before. Let's see. Pictures.
It's going to be interesting to see what Dolly's heel does. It's similar situation. It's cracking
Yes.
off. It's cracked all the way through, and
yes,
it's going to be real interesting to see what grows out of it.
yes, it is. And here's the thing too, like another friend of mine who will remain anonymous, dogs. Okay, so she had a situation similar to what I got here. The heel cracked off, but then the heel was never taken off. But then the heel above it kept growing, and then it shoved the bulb way the heck up. And that's what it was starting to do here on Valor as well. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Wait a minute. Just a minute here.
Because Dolly's broke off about halfway down. Looks like Valor's broke off right at the top. So, you know, kind of similar but different.
Okay, so let's see, new share. Okay, so this is that same foot that hadn't been trimmed for, I don't know, 5 weeks, something like that. Okay, see, bulb's still intact, but see, we're gonna see what it looks like from behind. Okay, so this is what it looks like here. I hope I took some. I've been really growing heels longer than normal. Okay, see that? See how this bulb's pulled down? Okay. And I mean, it's better than it used to be, but it's been pulled down. That's the other foot. No, that's the same foot. Okay, let's see if we can see here. Okay, this bulb, now see how it's lower? See there? Now, it'd been coming up, but when the heel got tore off, all right, that's when, let's see, new share. Oh my God, this house is hot. Just a minute. Share screen. Look, the whole foot is different. It's way more full and everything. Look at this. Not just that side, this side too. Because this frog is moving back and it is starting to grow up and push those bulbs back and push them back into where they're supposed to be and unwrap this whole foot and grow that frog stay up where it's supposed to be. And look how full this looks now. It used to look kind of hollowish and stuff. Okay, so let's see. Okay, this is an example. This is an example of the same thing. See the crack in the heel there? That heel cracked off at some point and separated from the rest of the heel. Well, you don't know what to do with that stuff, right? And so the foot kept growing and growing, and look how it pushed the bulb up because of this heel right here. See, so that's what it did to mine. It grew and pushed the bulb up, but then it also started pushing it up too much. Because I did, you know, that happens. You get those big cracks. You don't quite know what to do. Let's see here. Okay, so let me go back to the internet part and show some more pictures of that. Oh, that's not that. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let me do some more pictures here. Just a second here. Okay, so I want you to see how the heels are curling in like that. As the see, this is the frog. All this is supposed to come out like that. Now, his heels, I think his heels did contract some from the injury and from the fact that the back of this foot is being released, and I've still got the old heels there. So this is when, but you can see that I didn't know it at the time, but this, again, you can see the crack. He is growing a whole new hoof wall right here on top of this one that is pretty much cracked off. And so this is like, you know, a month and a half or so ago. But as you can see, it was healing up pretty good, but the hair was getting higher and higher, and the heels were curling in more and more as the hairline was raising. Because again, the back of the foot is becoming totally uncontracted, but I've still got these old heels, and I had new heel growing here further back. So I'll show you how that looks here in a minute. Okay, so just a second here. New share. Okay, so you see where the old heel is, the position of it right here. This is heel growing in right here. Right here. Let me do an annotate. Now, at first I wasn't sure what was going on, but look here. Look at the horn tubules, the difference. Look at these, how these are like forward. Look at how these are growing in. So that will grow in down like that. But this is also hoof wall. All of this along here is hoof wall, new hoof wall coming in. And this is going to grow down eventually like this. How cool is that? See, the back of the foot, partially because of trimming, release, because I have been working on growing and getting this foot off the ground in the back. And I've even let it grow longer than 2 inches, but it's also had sole support at the same time. And so, but the back of the foot has been expanding. And then when this happened, oh my goodness, it just started growing a whole new piece of hoof wall right here that is not connected to this piece right here. And so you're kind of at a state where, well, what do I do with that? You know? So I found what was happening was I was left with these funky little heels here, and I didn't quite know what to do with them. Let's see here. Let me So I did something. I experimented. I'm not sure it was the right thing to do. Time will tell. It could not be good, but what do? You do something or you do nothing, right? You do something or you do nothing. Sometimes it's better to do nothing. I don't know. But then sometimes when you do nothing, if I did nothing, then its bulb would wind clear up here, like on the foot of the picture I just showed you, because that's the same situation. And that heel too was curling in after that heel broke off. So just a second here. We'll go back to these pictures. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. That, of course, is blurry. Maybe I got a better one. I'm just showing some stuff I was using that was helping heal, but man, see, you can really see how cracked off that was. But man, look how much the heel stood up where it was run forward before, and the hairline got straighter. This was a few weeks ago. And so that's, what is it with these stupid cell phones? I don't like the way they turn your pictures around. I didn't take the picture like that. Why is it putting it like that, and stuff? But you can see that this bulb skin now is even with the one on the other side, whereas before it was pulled down. And this is all new heel growing in from a different location. Now I do need to show them here. Okay, so I didn't like the way that the heels were curling in. And just as I kind of experiment, I kind of just rasped them off here. I just rasped them over here because they were really curled in and I didn't know what to do. So I just rasped them over a little bit there. You can see, I'm not telling anybody to do this. Do not do this at home. You know, this is something I'm experimenting with on trying to change these heels and get them to uncurl. And, you know, for all I know, I could make them worse. I don't know. But I do know that, see, this heel was right here, curled in, even though the back of the foot was expanding. Let me annotate and I'll show you about how much I took off there. Do not do this at home. This is just me doing my thing. Okay, so this heel, well, that ain't very good color. This heel come in about like that. Okay, and now I didn't go like that, okay, because even just taking a little bit off like that, he's still, you know, that isn't throwing him back at all. And so I probably just took off maybe that much because my heels are curling in. And just a minute. So just a second here. Again, what is it? It's tech research, right? So I'm trying to learn how to deal with the fact I'm coughing like crazy. Just a minute here. Trying to learn to deal with the fact that my heels are curling in. And actually, I did this on my mare Molly years ago, and it actually helped her. So, because, you know, I was trimming the heels out of her, her heels were contracting and curling around. So I came in there and I did take some off like that, and her foot widened out. So, but of course, I was still trimming heels on. But why is that heel curled around there? That heel is curled around there because the heel's curled like what I showed you when you trim the heels out. And I am still correcting, first of all, trying to learn how did that foot distort? See, this curling in of that whole foot, almost like you're turning it inside out. You think you got a buttress here, but your buttress has been turned into the foot over here. Now I'm releasing the back of the foot and it's unrolling, but the heels are still in the same place. So let's see here, just a second here. Go back to there. Okay. Okay, so I didn't like the fact that they were just so curled in. And so I just kind of made them a little wider. That's all. I bet they used to do this too. I bet horse traders used to do this on those really contracted feet when they had really rolled in heels. I bet they took and they just kind of rasped them over like that, and then the unsuspecting buyer would come along and think that the horse did not have contracted heels. So anyway, you see how his foot is healing up there, and he's growing hoof wall clear back in here. Okay. Now I'm trying to figure out. Oh, yeah. There's more evidence I'm gathering. Okay, so here, I think this, okay, so I did that, and this is the foot I came back to, right here. And I think this is the trim I did yesterday. Okay, so you can really see how heel is growing in there. This heel is no longer run forward. my camera. I was getting mad at it because it just took blurry. Now here's the old heel. And here's where the new heel is going to growing in from up here. Looks pretty ugly, but I see good things there. Okay, so what I found then, if you look at this picture, you see this bulb is now higher than this bulb. And so what I was seeing was, yes, this wall here is disconnected from this heel. And so it can't grow out normally. And so the growth is pushing the bulb up. So you can make that work for you. Okay, see it again? See how it's pushed up and the bulb is higher? Remember when we were looking at it before, they looked all nice and even? Now this bulb is higher because see, this heel is detached. But I'm like worried about just taking it off and dropping this side down too. But now, because it shoved all this back and all is being added up here, now I'm finding that this side is standing up more and longer than this side. And so what I did was I came in here, I took that over some more. And the sole is very thin right in here, but this is what I wanted you to see. In spite of that, let's see, let me save image because I want you to see where the real heel buttress is at this moment in time. So hold on just a minute. Okay, just a minute here. Now, remembering, just a minute here. See if I can find this the deal. Okay, hold on, because first I got to remind you of something. I've got to remind you of this so you know what you're looking at. Oh, wrong one. Pictures. We're going to go back here. Internal. Okay. We share. Okay, I want to go back to remind you of where this, look at this little triangle here. Wait a minute. Let me draw on it. Annotate. Do pink. Okay. Look at this right here. Okay. This is the heel buttress right here. This is supposed to be clear out and over here. See? But what's happened? It's been pulled around to right there. Okay, remember the shape and where it's at. Right there. Remember, I told you my heels were curled in. And you don't have to have contracted feet to have this curled in like that. Okay? And all of the frog and everything else gets pushed forward. Thank you. So, just a minute here. So, okay, now we got to go back. Oh, I think that's it. Okay, want to show you where the heel buttress is. Do you see it? How it's curled into the frog? That's where the whole heel has been curled into that is now starting to come out this way. Let me draw it. That is the heel buttress. This was not the heel buttress. See the bar? The bar was right here. Okay, hi. Yeah. Okay, so the bar was right here. The distorted old bar. Okay. And what looked like a buttress was right here. But that isn't a buttress. That's a false heel. This is sidewall. The real heel buttress was wrapped around into the foot right here and buried. And until this frog and everything like that started unwrapping and unrolling, it did not grow any real heel buttress. Because when that gets wrapped around there and covered up, it's not growing. And that's why you have your false heel of your sidewall here combined with your bar. So, right, wrong, indifferent. I'm going to find out if this frog is going to finish. You see this here? Not supposed to have that. You're not supposed to have a big indentation in the back of the foot like this. This has all happened when the heels were trimmed out and this whole sidewall was literally wrapped around in like this, and the horse developed the false heels. And then this all gets filled up with frog a lot of time, well, with periopal skin, when actually your bulbs have been pulled clear into here. And your true heel buttress is pulled clear into here. Like that. So when we are restoring these feet, we are literally unrolling and unwrapping the whole back of the foot. Okay, well, anyway. So what's going to happen is eventually this heel buttress that is here is going to wind up being here. And this wall will be coming out to here. And then I'm going to have the real bar and the real sole filling up this area. And this frog, then this frog will grow and be attached to the heels and have full frog support clear back here. Like so. That's what the anatomy says is going to happen. Now, just a minute here. Let me undo this. So are you kind of understanding how these feet get rolled up and that anatomy gets curled in, and then you have a whole false foot in the back of there?
It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's all cartilage and fat and skin. Okay, just like, my husband could take and literally fold his whole ear up and almost put it inside his head. Don't ask me how he does that. His ears are like rubber. Okay, he can fold them up into a little bitty unit. All right, well, that's what happens to the back of these feet. they get curled in and folded up. We're going to look at a picture there. Just a minute here to remind ourselves of how that happens. Just a minute here. Okay, so that is not supposed to be like that. That is what's going on with my horse, except he hasn't got contracted heels like that, not like that. So let's see here. To see repetition to remind you how these feet distort and what is really going on. Now, PQRS. What do I call that? Spooling? Elemental spooling. Why do I call it spooling? Sometimes I call it scrolling. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so these heels that you see right here and this can literally be turned into here. Okay, and including the frog totally shoved forward to where it makes the whole foot shorter. That's just a cutout simulation. Okay, this is an example right here. See, this is the periopal band. This grows over the whole frog. These bulbs are wrapped around into what might be the collateral grooves. This would be all false heel, false frog. And these bulbs, you see the crack there? They're literally, that is an open space, and they are literally pulled way down inside there when they're supposed to be out here. And here you can see in this other person's dissection where they took a thin slice off the bottom of the foot and they found this. Of course, they didn't know what they were looking at there, but when I saw it, I went, aha, see how it's been curled in? Okay, so here it is. To me, it's like as if you had spools on the back of the foot and it just wrapped the back of the foot in that way. Here's my horse. Same, is this the same foot? Yeah, same foot. When I first started seeing this and started taking out, he had heels so I could do this. Started taking out this periopal because he had a periopal frog to unwrap these bulbs. Well, look here. Look how that's pulled in like that. And you wouldn't even know it because see, this periopal grows from right here. First of all, this whole periopal band is pulled in with it like that. And it grows and covers the whole thing. And you don't even know that you're trimming a periopal frog, not a real frog, or a combination of both. Here's that foot again. Look at the red. See how red and irritated? That's because, if somebody twisted your nose around like that, your nose would get red too, right?
So Linda, is that spooled tissue that's curled there? Is that frog or is that periopal on that foot?
Well, that's a little bit of everything being curled in that way. That's the whole bulb. Like the heel buttress would be in here somewhere, and that's the bulb back here.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that's how much periopal was pulled underneath, so it's slicing periopal and not really frog.
Well, yeah, probably. I don't know. This is the only part of this foot I saw, but I know that's what's going on because look at that. That's being curled into somewhere where, look, there's already something there. So then started seeing it a lot of places. There's that foot curled in. Look at this foot. Now this foot is contracted, but look at there again. See the periopal ropey thing? Okay, the periople and the bulb is spooled in this way, and then this piece of periople right here grows over it grows over all this, and it holds the hoof capsule on. And of course, canker, that's why they get canker, because the same thing has happened. It is literally wrapping these bulbs up into the foot. And then when the frog doesn't grow or the periopal skin isn't growing over it anymore, then they get exposed and then they get wounded because they're never meant to be on the ground. This is what I would call cornified. This is the whole back of the foot. Look at that. Just like you were trying to turn it inside out. That's what is happening. You're turning the whole back of the horse's foot, like almost trying to turn it inside out. So imagine the constant pain these horses are in. See? All the same here. You know, pulling these bulbs down and in. It'll take right here. See where the hair is? It'll take and curl that hair right in there too. And of course, then, so see, all this is cartilage and fat and soft tissue. So it can just literally curl it all in here and make a completely false foot. I mean, I still had that going on here. Look, this is that heel I told you and bulb. This is how that heel and bulb used to look. This is the same foot that got injured. Okay, so this was not the true heel buttress. This was sidewall. His heel buttress is in here, forward. It's been pulled forward into here. Sometimes I think part of it grows as bar. Like sometimes you see these people got super thick bars. Sometimes I wonder if that isn't that heel buttress, corium, that's been pulled and stretched clear under into the foot like this and is growing and looking like bar. So all this stuff is from this same deal. Bulbs being pulled around. See how it's pulled around there? Twisted into the foot. Same thing. This is not heel buttress. This is sidewall. And horses like this, they will, that cartilage and that foot wants to be up in the air. And so they will just pull this anatomy back in behind the foot. And here you see my horse's foot again. How the bulbs, see that crack there? Okay, now look here. There's that periopal root growing over the whole thing. And then these bulbs pulled in there and all covered up with a nice little, unit there. You don't even know what's going on. Now this is after I was releasing the bulbs and they were coming out. See, but I still did not have the true heel buttress. This is still sidewall. My heel buttress corium is still in here. All right, but what I showed you a little while ago is I found that heel buttress corium. Now it's closer towards the back of the foot than under in here. See, as these heels, as this whole frog is unrolling and pulling back. So same thing going on there. That's why that horse has canker. See, and these poor people and their poor horses, this is from trimming the heels out for years and years, and that horse making false heel. So his true heel, like they would think, oh, that's a heel. No, it's not. That's sidewall. And look at the curve. See the curve? You know, that heel buttress, the true heel buttress, is way in here, probably clear up here. I mean, it's literally turning the back of the foot inside out if it could. Wrenching, torture. It's torture. Same thing here. Look at that. Okay. And, you know, this is contracted heels too. But these heels are pulled in clear. That's not the true heel, what he's got showing here. That's sidewall. Now here was a good foot, but it was still trimmed out a little bit. But that periopal band is not supposed to be anywhere but a band around the outside of the foot. And off the ground, the bulb's off the ground. And on this foot, if this foot would have been fully restored correctly, then this periopal would be fitting this foot up here, not down here. So this foot was still trimmed out a little bit and the bulb's pulled down. Okay, but if it would have been restored, this periopal would have been clear up here and covering up here. Now, if the heels would have been continually lowered, pulling the back of this foot down, the foot pulling up will pull all this in like that. And so that's what you're seeing when you see this. This is the extreme. That's the ultimate result of trimming out heels, trying to force frog contact, which you have seen is an age-old doctrine, false teaching, false doctrine. What would you call it? Wrong conclusion, you know? Okay, well, that's something else. Anyway, yeah, see, look at this foot here. That's what's happening to this foot. They keep trimming the heels down and it's pulling the whole back of this horse had a good foot, but got to make it look like a barefoot, right? So what's happening? They're doing the barefoot trim on this horse, and every time they trim down the heels, it's pulling. Look at this. It's pulling the back of the foot in. Look at, see how the bars are curving now? And see how the sole is cracking out? You know why the sole is cracking out? Because that horse had a good, nice, big foot, and all of a sudden somebody's putting a barefoot trim on it, and so it's starting to reduce the size of the hoof capsule and crack the original sole out. And this here, you know what that is? That's a bulb. That's a bulb. Should have been back up here, but it's now being pulled down. They're being pulled down and into the foot right here. See, this horse would have had this horse had a great foot. All right, you can see where it's being pulled down here. Okay, and they just keep lowering the heels to the height of the frog. Got to have that frog contact. But look here. I don't even know whose foot this is really. Because I collect pictures from all kinds of places. Okay, so look at here's the bulb. The bulb is pulled down like this. See that? Being pulled down and in. And this horse had a really good foot with a lot of sole and a big frog. And I'll tell you what this is doing. As this is pulling this, it's pushing this frog up in to the bottom of that horse's foot right there. This is the most evil, insidious, wicked thing that man has ever come up with. This is worse than horse slaughter. This is worse than, I don't care if they take every wild, I mean, I care, believe you me, I'm incensed, okay, over this whole wild horse debacle, okay? But I'm telling you, it's worse. It is the worst crime perpetrated upon any animal by human beings ever. Like Bracy Clark said, it causes incalculable suffering, and it's totally needless, and it shows the utter stupidity and arrogance of mankind. That you are, I find it interesting that they call this transition. Think about that. Okay? That this horse is not born with this foot, never meant to have this foot ever. But they're going to force it on him. And they call that period of where, when he doesn't have them rock crunchers, they call it transition. And guess what? These horses, many of them, never transition. Some of them just adapt. Okay? And they just look sound, but they're paying a price somewhere. And so this is torture. Torture. Horses dying needlessly because of the stupidity, the arrogance, and ignorance of human beings, and primarily perpetrated by wicked men. Okay, now, because I'm going to tell you something about the history of this. Okay, many men have come down through the ages and tried to do something against it. Leslie Emery was one of them. Okay, so you got to read that article by him, or that in his book on horseshoeing theory. Okay, he was one of them. He knew these horses needed heels, the frogs needed to be up on the ground, all this stuff. Okay, and so, but by the time Jamie Jackson got done with his deal, horses have no heel. You know what happens if you believe that? You're always going to be taking the heels down, and trying to make them look like that one dead wild horse that wore its heels out, that was given to him by BLM. And to remind you of where we started on this, in his books, the edition of The Natural Horse, 1990, 1997, and then 2020, he says, first, in the first two, he examined 107. He thoroughly examined, measured, and photographed 107 horses. By the time we get to 2020, first and second book, edition, same book, same paragraph, same page, same number of horses. By the time we get to 2020, oh, isn't it special? He must have forgot. It was 250, and it was 1,000 feet that he photographed. Where are all those photographs? Instead, we have him on video saying that he made up his mind that wild horses didn't have heels. He told that to Leslie Emery when he first called him, when he first got there. That was his opinion. Let me tell you something about people, okay? People, especially people in that research and looking for answers, they come up with a bright idea that they think is true. Well, guess what? Then, even if it isn't true, they will do everything they can to try and make it look true. And they will choose the evidence, and they will cherry pick facts. This is science. To put them all together to make it look like their theory is true. Because let me tell you something, they don't love the truth. They love themselves. They love their ideas. They love their own ideas. They want to be special. Yeah, they want to be special. They want to find stuff that nobody ever did before. And if they can't find it, well, then they'll do like Dr. Boker did, and say he came up with a theory that actually was around already, or like Jamie Jackson did, I guess he was looking at feet from the end of a binocular and couldn't see their heels, who knows, and come up with the big bright idea that they didn't have heels. And so, man, once he said that, well, he couldn't go back on that now, could he? No. And so, because of him, we're all crippling our horses. Yeah, well, just a minute. So, people don't like me because I diss these people. Because they think they're their BFFs, their best friends, These aren't your best friends. These people make money off of you. You are merchandise to them. And what you don't hear about is all of the failures, because they drop you like a hot rock when your trim don't work. It was like with Cheryl Henderson, when I was following her and trying to do her trim, some things in her trim, and she does this trims the heels out. And I tried to tell her that when I discovered it and different things like that. And, she's arrogant. She didn't want to hear it. So anyway, I had a friend. Gosh dang, I wish I could remember her name. She was a sweet gal. And she had a horse, this Appaloosa, and with Cheryl's trim, which is Jamie Jackson's trim, she trimmed that horse into mechanical laminitis and eventually had to have it put down. Many people are trimming their horses into canker, mechanical laminitis, because you're trimming the hoof capsule off the horse. And when the foot breaks out, like this foot here, if the dorsal wall gave way and the back of the foot released from the back, you'd have the foot rotate in the capsule. This is mechanical laminitis. Now, I'm not saying all laminitis is caused by this, but a big percentage of it is. And now they have us doing it to our own horses. I trimmed my pony into mechanical laminitis. I know I did. I know for a fact I did. Okay, I have it all documented. I know exactly how it happened. I know exactly what I believed. I know exactly what I applied to the foot. And I know exactly what happened to those feet that did that. I trimmed my gilding into mechanical laminitis, doing trimming from the top, taking down the heels and resting the whole hoof ball down into big Mustang roll. So this stuff has been going on for centuries that they have been teaching us that this is the thing to do. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to stop. It's going to be hard to convince people, but I guarantee you, I'm going to condense this understanding down into a nutshell so that you can put it in somebody's face and they will understand how they have been deceived and lied to. Now, I can't say that some of these founders of the barefoot movement lied on purpose, because sometimes you can look at these feet, these wild feet, and they don't look like they have heels. They don't look like they have heels because the frog skin grows to the heels, and and the periopal, and of course you got that periopal band there, and it all looks like one unit. And when it does that, all you're going to see is just a little tiny piece of heel like that. So it's very possible Jamie Jackson saw a few feet like that and thought, oh man, they don't have heels. And he wasn't looking at the hairline, he was just looking back here and he just saw that, hey, it looks like it's solid all down here. And then there's just a little nubbin, if that. And they can look like they don't have heels. But he purposely chose a horse with a 30-degree hairline like that and no heels. It's bulbs on the ground, like so, to be the foot that he was going to design his whole trim after. And so naturally, if you're going to get that foot, you're going to have to keep lowering these heels as this frog wears out. Now, what's going to happen in this foot is as you're pulling this down and you're pushing that frog forward, eventually it's going to detach and shed from the foot. Well, gee, then won't that be exciting? Then we could take the heels way down to there. See? Clear down to here and put his bulbs on the ground. And torture the horse. This is torture. And it's inhumane, and it's cruel, and it's a lie. And they have spread it over the whole world now through social media to where bad enough. You're paying an expert to kill your horse. Now you can do it yourself. Ain't that special? Okay, well, anyway. So let me undo here. Yeah, this horse could have had good feet, and yeah, did have it. See, I know that because there was a horse that I trimmed for 8 months that I know now had great feet, and I was trimming the feet out of him. Okay, now he got put down, and I dissected his feet, and I didn't realize that for years. Just a minute here. Hold on a second. Show you something. Well, while I'm here, I want you to see something pretty cool. This is so funny. Okay. Oh, wait, wrong deal. Am I? Okay. Okay. We all know who this horse is, right? Who is that? Who can tell me? Must put everybody to sleep. Does anybody know who this horse is? Hello? Is anybody there?
I don't have a clue.
It's Spirit.
Spirit.
The Walt Disney horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spirit, yes.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Now I'm going to introduce you to this guy. Well, you can't see him fully, but this is a wild stallion in Utah. Okay. We could call him Spirit too, but he's gray. Okay. Now I'm going to show you his feet. Can you see that?
Yep.
You see the shape of them?
Yes.
Look at that hairline straight across.
Holy cow.
The
Yeah.
big foot.
Yeah, now let's look at Spirit's feet. It's so funny. How funny is that? What a coincidence that whoever drew the feet just like this guy. And I know they didn't see this guy, okay, because this was a video on YouTube of a guy who was a real jerk, by the way, that took it said Utah's wild Mustangs or something like that, and he was over by a water hole, and he took a video of these, and I asked him if I could use part of his video, and he told me not unless I paid him. So on him, So this is fair use here. He can't do diddly squat about it. And just like this, I can show this is fair use. See, it depends on the amount of stuff you show and stuff that you do fair use, the fair use copyright doctrine for criticism education and teaching for the public good. So,
Look at the dropped pasterns on those front legs, front feet.
oh yeah, he does kind of have some DSLD, doesn't he? You know, but this guy don't. You know, this guy don't. So yeah, that's probably not the best. And I'm not saying those are good feet. I'm just saying I think it's interesting that this is a total like antithesis to a 30-degree hairline. You know what I mean? Um, so now I was going to show you something. I can't remember what it was. Okay, we're going to end with, well, we're going to look at Dolly's feet here in a minute if you want to stick around. But I want to show you something here. Man, I'm telling you, how people can manipulate their own research to try and prove that their own personal opinion is true rather than the truth. And that is what I see when I look at Jackson's books. And there is a reason, one specific reason, which I will show you here in a minute, where he draws pictures. He comes up with a theory and he draws pictures that are manipulated to try and prove a theory that is not real. And that is that horses have no heel, and the whole angle of the dorsal wall is determined by the bone only, and by some magical mystery in nature, by the bone only, and not by anything else. And he says you cannot add heel, see, to change the dorsal wall angle or anything like that. Horses have no heels. Horses have no heels. That was his belief from the start. So let's see, EFGHI. Oh, wrong deal. Just a minute. Oh, right here. You see these pictures? When you look at them in the book, they're facing one another and they all look relatively the same. And he's trying to prove to you here that you cannot lengthen heel to change dorsal wall angle, that it's some magical system in nature. But what he does is he subtly changes the actual size of the foot to make it seem that way when it's not that way at all. And you would have to purposely manipulate these drawings to come out that way. See, like, never looks at the length of the hairline, how the length of the hairline in relationship to the angle of the dorsal wall and the size of the foot is going to change the outcome. So we never mentioned this 30-degree hairline or how big the actual foot is. See, if you manipulate a drawing to make something look the same that isn't, then you know that you are trying to prove your own theory rather than just find the truth. I mean, what is wrong with the truth, for crying out loud? Horses' feet don't look like this. Now look at this. What do you see there? 1 centimeter. Is it on the heel? No. What does he have for a heel? A bulb. A bulb. So in order to get your bulbs on the ground, you have to constantly take down the heels and constantly force frog contact. Horses don't have feet like this unless they are deformed and distorted. Okay, well, anyway. So I'll leave a link in a post when I post this on a group so that you can, here, we got to show this real quick. Wait a second. Where am I? Just to remind you here that this is the barefoot model right here. The rear foot, not the front foot off the same horse. Because if you go look at the front foot off the same horse, it has heels. They're really underrun, but it has heels. So magically, the rear foot of that one dead wild horse, okay, that he uses to prove his so-called theories, magically, this foot becomes the poster child, the centerfold model for how you should trim your horse. Now, interesting, because this is a wild horse whose foot was found by Pete Ramey, who is also a disciple of Jamie Jackson. But let me tell you something. I looked at this foot for years, but because this foot had been put in my brain, this is the foot I kept trying to trim my horse into right here. But yet I would look at this foot and another foot that he had that had a lot of heel, two wild horses. But in my head, I saw this because this is the image that was put in my head first. This image here. When you don't know anything to begin with, not really, and then you are subjected to an expert, a teacher, okay? And that person comes along and they have a whole bowl of logic for why they believe what they believe. And then they present that to you and they put that picture in your head, then you have been indoctrinated and that is what you will see. And so even though I had seen this foot and another foot, there's another foot even better that has even better heels, better highline, better hairline. Even though I had seen this in my brain, I saw this foot and I tried to put this foot on my horse for 7 or 8 years. And he was never fully sound. Now this foot here, this wild horse foot with some heel, 2 inches in fact, okay? Now this is actually 4 centimeters if you wanted to measure that, okay? But he doesn't in his little drawings of this foot, okay? This foot, now remember I told you that these feet can look like they don't have heel, okay? Now, what you see here is 2-inch heel from here to here. And this is frog skin and periopal skin, probably frog, attached to the back of the heel. So you don't see the heel. Look how thick this frog is. This frog from here down to here is 2 inches. And so it grows over the heel and there's the periopal skin. And so all you see is a little teeny tiny nubbin. So that people look at these feet and they say, look, see, wild horses have low heels and frog contact. That is not what you are seeing on this foot. You are seeing a 2-inch heel covered up by periopal and frog skin because the frog skin and the periopal attaches to the side of the wall and grows down with it. It's probably periopal. Sometimes I can't tell. So this is that same foot. Look at the hairline, the way it goes like that. It doesn't go down at a 30-degree angle like this. If you were to do that to this horse, you would destroy its feet. So again, this is the rear foot of one dead wild horse that wore its heels out, that was made the centerfold model for the barefoot movement. This is why so many boot companies were born. This is why so many horses go into mechanical laminitis. This is why so many horses have canker. This is why so many horses have stifle problems and navicular problems and every other problem under the sun that gets blamed on everything but how this man wrote his book and taught everybody that this is the ideal foot that every horse should have. It is not the ideal foot that every horse should have. It is a rear foot off of a dead wild horse that died in a BLM roundup of wild horses that was given to Jamie Jackson that he used instead of the 1,000 photographs he claimed that he took as a model, of which there are no pictures in his book, none that I could find. And I've looked through all three of them. Now there are some other pictures, but they're of horses in different places and just partial pictures. You can't really see the heels. This foot here is the poster child. See, this is the foot that every horse should wear. That is what they say. Okay? All right. And so this has to stop. This has to stop. This is not true. Look here. I'm just on a roll. Sorry. Here's the feet in the book. Now, in the book, here's a front foot. Look at the heel, how it's underrun. Okay, how is it? But look at this foot. You can't, even though it's marked here, when you see this foot all over the internet, you can't hardly see any heel at all. And the way he draws it, as if it doesn't have any heel. And why does he draw it that way? Because he said to his best friend, Leslie Emery, wild horses have no heel. Wild horses have no heel. And so ultimately, what he wants us to do is totally trim what looks like heel out of our horses. Because that was his big, bright, brilliant idea. Just a minute here. Okay, here you see it. Here's the feet of the one dead wild horse given to him by BLM. Okay, this is what he says your horse's foot should look like. Looks just almost just like this. We never see this front foot anymore. We only see the rear foot. It's touted on every barefoot site out there. Here's the picture he drew. He puts 1 centimeter here. He says in the book that all these horses had the same heel height. Well, what did he mean by that? No heels. No heels. This is what he believed in his little heart that should be on every horse. This man, I have a right to complain because this man changed my whole life. I am here talking to you for 3 or 4 hours due to him. I had to study and search and seek, why the heck isn't my horse running around like a rock cruncher when I'm doing this trim and making his foot look just like this? See what I mean? Because it's a big fat lie. Now, I'm not saying he lied on purpose. I'm saying that his conclusions were false. All right. And then that he just cherry picked because see, he was no pro researcher. He was not a scientist. He was a farrier, a hack farrier, meaning he never went to farrier school or did any of that. He just learned from a couple guys in the neighborhood. All right. So he was not educated in research of this kind. And so who knows? Somehow he come to the idea that none of these horses should have heels. And then that's what he put in his books. And now the whole freaking world's following it. And it is known to be a horse killer all through history. Frog pressure, because that's what you're doing here. When you take these heels down, frog pressure, frog pressure, frog pressure, frog pressure is known by authors, even his BFF, Leslie Emery, to kill horses and to be horribly cruel. So anyway, that's what we're trying to correct in our horses. Okay, well, I'll get off that. You know, you can't just let things go when people are being harmed, people are being hurt, horses are being tortured because one man's foolish idea that he wanted to stick with rather than continuing to seek the truth. So there's a reckoning coming on this. You can believe it. Okay, so let's go look at let's go back to Facebook. Okay, Marilyn, it's late, but we can still look at your horse's feet if you want.
I'm still here.
Okay, well, then we will do that. Let's see here. Go to the Facebook page. New share. Yeah. Yeah, I did take Dale Carnegie in what was it? 1979. I took Dale Carnegie's class on how to win friends and influence people. Yeah. But I don't know if I passed or not. Did anybody ever hear of that class? Anybody ever hear of Dale Carnegie? Oh, wow, look at this. This is horse and self trim. I'm loving it. Wow.
Holy
Look
moly.
at that. Holy moly. That's pretty awesome. Horse and self trim. Ha.
I don't know if I'd call it awesome exactly.
Well, it's really, and look at that. There's something going on here that we can learn from the most worst looking cases of feet overgrown and breaking off, you know? So that one horse, Prince, the blind horse that I got the feet off of, who had lived in a Kansas sod pasture his whole life, his feet kind of looked not this bad, but similar, okay? But they trimmed up perfectly. They trimmed up exactly to tack specs. How crazy is that? And I mean, I didn't take it. I just nipped off all the long stuff. So that in itself is interesting to me. What can we learn? Yeah, this guy here. See, I'll have to find, see how that his foot trimmed up. Okay. And I mean, I just took off the long stuff. Okay. But if I got to find a picture to show you what the feet looked like. And then I was so amazed that they trimmed up like that, because what happened was I had been trying to help people and restoring my own horse's feet and trying different things and learning different semi-general measurements. And so I was sitting there one day and I thought, okay, well, I just need to put a list together that I could give people that maybe it would help them. And so I just started making a list of all of how different mapping things I had worked and tried out and stuff like that. And so I made this whole list. And so I had that foot in the freezer. So I thought, okay, well, I'll just apply my list to this foot. And I mean, I just barely took off this, that, and the other thing, and it trimmed up exactly like that, with 1 inch uniform sole all around way around the bottom of the foot. So yeah, it was amazing to me. So I thought, well, I guess that may work. But at that time I did not know, where am I at? I did not know that. Where are you, Marilyn?
I'm on the tack page right there somewhere.
Oh, there you are. Okay. I did not know though that the whole foot was bound. I thought we
That's
just
not
had
today's though, Linda.
It isn't?
Nope. Today's the 16th. There's a newer post yet.
Okay. Um, aha. Is this it? That's it, right?
That's it.
Okay. Okay, so you see your bulb here? Here, let me annotate.
That's the foot that has the crack where the heel is going to come off down at the bottom there.
Yeah, right there. Okay, so you see your bulb?
Yep.
Now your bulb is supposed to be up here and only about that wide. See? So over time, because she didn't know what she was doing. And sure, this is what happens. A horse will get by, a horse will adapt, you're leaving wall, their feet stabilize, and they'll get along good for a while. But there's only so long that this here can grow down and wind up clear up here. You understand? When it's supposed to be right here. See, all these that grow down here are supposed to be right here. And if we went back to when you were trimming her, even though you were kind of leaving the toes long, I don't think we're going to see that this portion of hoof wall from here over to here, that this portion of hoof wall is going to be so out of where it's supposed to be. See, because it's supposed to be right here. See that?
Yep.
And then, so what happens then? Then all these here, this little nubbin here, supposed to be clear up here. See? And this bulb and this cartilage clear up here. So even if you don't trim the heels out, if you don't understand how these horn tubules are supposed to be in alignment and how you're supposed to be growing the foot and restoring the heel, this foot will get away from you. My feet, if I do not pay attention to these horn tubules, they will grow forward easily like that. And when they do, well, it's attached to this horn tubule right here, right? So what's it going to do? It's going to take all this with it. And you may not be, in a sense, I think what happens is you actually wind up still lowering the heels without meaning to, because it's pulling all this wall forward. Just a minute here.
Her heels used to be like 1 7/8, 2 inches, and now they are barely an inch and a half, inch and 3/8.
Yeah, because, and see, we've seen this happen before where gradually what happens is, okay, so like if you were to measure the heel, like from the hairline down.
That's where I usually measure.
Yeah. Okay, well, then your heel, your bulb, just for the bulb, should only be about that wide, and then your heel should have at least that much, only it's up here.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happens is gradually as the heels, because this is growing forward and it's pulling the heel, then you wind up lowering that heel without realizing it. And as you do so, the heel is lowering, but the bulb is, see, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. This bulb wants to be up here.
Right.
Okay. This is all pulling the heel down and forward. Okay. So then the cartilage keeps pulling up like that. As it does so, this periopal skin is stretching. So it's making it look like you still got heel, when actually the heels are being trimmed out.
Mm-hmm.
The cap. See? And so, I mean, I've been trying to understand that, I mean, because this is, this is worse than rocket science. This is worse. What these feet do to try and hold together, and I mean, it's just, oh my goodness sakes. So that's what happened. This area just grew forward, got away from her. She didn't know it. It pulled the heel forward. It was still lowering the heel without realizing it, but the foot kept stretching up this way and covering up the whole mess with some nice periopal skin. That's why you got this big, wide, fat bulb here. See?
So when I trimmed her last time, not quite 3 weeks, it'll be 3 weeks on Thursday, so 2 days shy of 3 weeks. Did I not take her toe back far enough? Did I not bevel the tubules to give them space to come back? What did I do that made her so sore? Because she's still sore without her boots.
Well, look, just a minute. Let me hop out of here.
What did I do in the first place, and what can I do to fix it? Because I've got these composite shoes that I will put on if I need to. I really don't want to, but I will if I need to for her comfort. But once the shoes go on, then I can't stay on top of everything.
No, I understand that. Look at that. That's just like my heel.
I know.
Look at that. That's interesting.
Yep, it's going to come off. And it's dry. It's starting to curl underneath. When you look at the underneath side, you can see where that corner is starting to curl because it's not attached to anything.
Yeah, okay. And that's, same thing here. And same thing on Anonymous's horse.
And I haven't done anything. I took off where it was cracking, and just the hard outer part of the wall was sticking out and collecting mud, so I just nipped off the pigmented portion.
Yeah, this is it right here, right?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah. Wow.
And that used to be run forward.
Yeah, no, it's not. Look at your bulb.
Mm-hmm.
And we're learning something here. We don't know quite what it is.
My question, you can see all that periopal rope stuff in the middle and stuff in the sulcus. Do I leave that or do I take it off?
Well, I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't know, but it's sure funny looking in it.
Mm-hmm.
You could definitely take that.
Okay.
Sure. Okay. So that's sure funny looking. Look at that little. No,
and behind.
Leave that there. Leave that there.
Okay.
Okay, and this is why. I don't see is where the periople is attached to that.
It's not. It's hollow. It's hollow behind that rope.
Okay, so don't take that out of there.
Okay.
Leave it there because it's stuck between your bulbs, so it's keeping your bulbs apart.
Right.
And I'm afraid if you took it out, your bulbs would smash together, and then they wouldn't want to grow any frogs
Okay.
stay. Okay, because see how the bulbs are pulled down,
Mm-hmm.
you know, so you shouldn't. I mean, yeah. See, you got the same thing. Like I've just been saying, this is all wrapped up into here.
Yep.
Okay, and even though she wasn't visibly taking heel down per se, because the whole sidewall was being pulled forward, anything she did take still lowered it, you
Right.
know. And so gradually all these horn tubules got shorter, even though it still looked like this. Like, can you shoot me a picture of a while back so that we could look at this area here? Because I bet your bulbs were thinner, you know, and you had more real heel.
All my pictures are on my computer, and I've got the Zoom thing on the computer, and I don't know
Okay.
how to flip
Oh,
to my phone.
That's okay then. Don't worry about it.
All my stuff is on the tact page.
Mhm.
Goes
So-
back years.
Okay. So you see these horn tubules kept growing forward and they
Mhm.
pulled the heel forward. Well, just taking this down a little bit, all right, was shortening these each time, just a little more, which was pulling the foot down and forward. And
Mhm.
so then the foot don't want to be there because it's cartilage, just like your nose wants to be in the middle of your face. It want to be back up in the air. So it pulled back up, and as it did, this bulb skin stretched over the bulbs that were pulling up out of the back of the foot as everything is being wrapped around here. And of course, that's why your heel broke too,
Sure.
was because it wasn't a real heel anymore. You know, your real heel is lost somewhere in here. And so the only thing that can happen is like this breaking loose. I bet you're gonna have some heel growing right here.
I'm hoping.
Gonna be hard. You know, if this is loose, it's gonna have new heel growing here, and well, it already pushed the bulb up. You know,
Mhm.
yep. So see what I mean? It takes away from this part of the foot and it adds it up here.
Yeah.
You know, and so you can't look at the sole view and determine what's going on with the foot. You have to look at the cartilages on the side. You have to look at the true foot of the horse. Like, you know, this is a capsule that's deforming her foot and pulling it down and wrapping it in, and this here is disconnected from where it's supposed to be in the sole, because this minute here, because the hoof capsule is supposed to be like this. Okay, we'll do that, and we'll even give her some toe. We're not gonna. Okay, now these horn tubules are supposed to run like this.
Yep.
We'll just do that. To fit the foot, they have to be like this. There is no getting around it. They must be parallel. They must be in alignment. They must gradually reduce as they come to the back of the foot. Of course, now your heel buttress, those horn tubules are only that long because the nubbin, the heel buttress corium nubbin, like to give things scientific sounding names, you know, in here, you got this nubbin. Oh, wait a minute. lost my place. Got the snubbing. The coronary band. Like that. And so the sensitive lamina, oops, what happened? Oh, no, I guess it's okay. Sensitive lamina, just a minute here. Like so. They got to run together, then they hook up with the sole. Right here is where your white line is, and then they go down to the ground together. All the way to here. So now look now you can look at this and you can see how her heel buttress corium is pulled down and wrapped around the inside of her foot. Do you see it there?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So the foot, in trying to pull up, it stretched her bulb skin real wide. So this, I find a different color. What color should I use? We'll use this. We'll use green. Okay, so the heel now is right here. Okay, the heel, that heel is supposed to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This
Yep.
cartilage that's down here is supposed to be up here. Now, the foot would also probably have more sole and be somewhat longer in reality, because I guarantee you, her foot pulled down, she's probably got good, big, massive cartilages. They all do. Okay, we're just not used to seeing them, you know. So that would be her true foot. So when you say she's sore, okay,
Mm-hmm.
why wouldn't she? You know, if you are trying to get this stuff, because let me tell you what happens. They will adapt and adapt and stabilize, adapt and adapt and stabilize. And so what you're doing is you're removing some of that stability to try and get things to go back into shape. So this is a physical object, you know, a physical being. And so sometimes when you go trimming stuff, they are going to get sore, but they shouldn't be sore. Well, I would hope they wouldn't be sore for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Well, we're going
know?
on 3 weeks.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I do know. I mean, you could have just let her feet keep going in that direction. You know?
But that isn't good for her.
Yeah.
But this isn't good for her either.
Yeah, I know. You know? So I don't know what to tell you. Other than always these horses need support when going through this.
Right.
You know? So why wouldn't they need support? Because their hoof capsule is not on there right. You're having to trim some things back to get things moving. I mean, what do you think when this happens? When this horn tubule here, wait a minute, look for a different color. Good. We'll use red. Okay, when this horn tubule, okay, which is supposed to be here, is now here. When this horn tubule that's supposed to be connected, well, on the inside, you got the lamina on the very opposite side that is supposed to be connected to this piece of lamina on the inner foot, okay, and grow down to here with the hook with the sole here and grow here. Well, now this piece of hoof wall is clear up here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not connected to the sole the way it should be. That's why you can't get a clean white line in the quarters. That's why a lot of people can't get a clean white line, because that lamina that's supposed to grow down and connect here is being forced forward. It may not be forced that far forward, but it's still being pried that way.
Right.
So you can't get a clean, see that yellow line there? You should be a clean yellow line all the way around. If the wall grows down and connects with the sole here and then grows to ground.
Right.
So if she had shoes on, she wouldn't be sore, right?
Probably not, because she's fine with boots.
Yeah. So because she doesn't have a hoof capsule that fits her foot, she's sore. That just makes sense. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It isn't because of your trim. All right. And it's because she doesn't have a hoof capsule that fits the foot. Now, she might have seemed all right before, but she was a ticking time bomb.
Okay.
Okay. Because look, if this toe keeps getting pressed forward and this heel keeps getting, look, if all this anatomy keeps getting forced into here, okay, then it's going to force it into, well, it already is. See how there's a bump in the coffin joint
Mm-hmm.
right there? Pushes the coffin joint forward, will force the toe down onto the sole. Start wearing away the toe. If the toe wall gets, a lot of leverage, it's going to pull the wall away from the foot, and it's pulling the back of it out like this. Well, what do you got there? You got mechanical laminitis.
Right.
That are one of our good friends says is myth.
Really.
Yeah.
As long as we're talking about leverage and stuff, can you go to the oblique pictures
Yeah.
and take a look and see if I need to bevel the toes back, if that would help?
Okay.
Hey, Linda, this is Kathy. I pulled pictures off the Facebook page and sent them
Okay.
for
Okay.
Maryland.
Okay.
Bless you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Took me a little while to figure it out, but I got it done.
Hey, well, thank you for all the help. I was seeing that over there and I thought, oh my, I hope, Kathy and PM and I was going, don't want her to be seen on YouTube or maybe shown or
I was trying to just send the post to you, but it kept saying it couldn't do that. So I just screenshotted the pictures and sent them.
No, that's great. Thank you. Let's take a
You're
look
welcome.
at those. Okay. Well, here, her foot was, look at how much more heel she had.
Right.
Now her bulbs, she's got thickness of frog, and her bulb skin here is
and that's
not
when I was trimming.
Yeah. Her bulb skin here, she's got heel, and she's got her bulbs in a much better place here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here, I'm going to draw on it. I hate it. Let's see. Okay, so her bulbs are right in here. And she's even getting a little frog stay there. She's got frog. She got real frog here. Okay. Now, it isn't totally undone and back, but it's good. You got good heel. This is like just periopal and frog skin. You got good heel. I wonder how long your heels were here.
About 2 inches, I think.
Yeah. So that was about right. That is not what you got now.
Nope.
And so, yeah, that's what happened. As the sides pulled forward, just even gradually the heels just got trimmed out. And as the heels were trimmed out and pulled forward, it's similar to if like heels get long and then they collapse forward and it pulls the back of the foot down.
Mm-hmm.
Only here, as this stretched forward just a little bit here, a little bit there, just gradual, trimmed all that out.
The big change was 2 years ago. 2 years ago in July, actually, when I had a trimmer. The first trim she did was okay, and the second trim was partly my fault because I was kind of guiding her as she was trimming, but I was looking from under the horse. That's not a good thing. And she literally chopped the foot out of Dolly. She literally could hardly walk out of her stall.
Oh, poor girl.
And that's when she ended up with wedge shoes and whatnot. And that was the start of the farriers. And I think that's the big start of the downhill.
Yeah. See
And she's
now,
never been right since.
oh, okay. Now see here, I'm just always trying to take that off.
Hmm.
Okay. Even if you got to put them in boots or whatever, because the foot will shrink and all and come back in. You know,
No,
but
looking at the current pictures when we get back to them, I'm wondering if I should do that to her feet before I put the shoes on.
yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Let's see. Annotate. Get all clear all drawing. Okay. Close that. Oh yeah. Look at that. That is good. There. She had
Mhm.
so much more foot. I really yeah, see there? Yeah, she was doing good. And
Still had the
stuff.
long toes though.
Yeah, but you know what? Here's the thing. If you necessarily go putting okay, what you need to work on is this stuff here. Okay, because we have talked about that before, not just taking a toe back. Okay, these horn tubules here. Okay, on your horse now, they go back here, they go clear over like that.
Right, right.
Okay. That's pushing your toe forward. So you could take your toe back, but it's not going anywhere.
Right. So I gotta get the tubules, get the quarters,
Yeah.
the toe quarters, yeah.
Yeah. All of these need to come back. And so let's take a look at that. Yeah. Man, I wish we had this foot now.
Yeah, so do I.
And so I can look at my own horse's feet and I see the same type of things, Let's see here. Let me undo that. Wow. Yeah. What a different foot, Let's see. I'm going to take a picture of that this minute. Where am I at here?
Life was so simple before I knew anything about feet.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Then you could just, let them get totally crippled, put them down, get brokenhearted, and think it was genetic or what you fed them. Imagine all the people who've done that.
Mm-hmm.
All the people are doing it now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me get out of here and go back. That's the medial. Okay. So I am going to, oh gosh, I'm going to save this because I want to take and picture these side by side.
That'll be scary.
Yep. Okay. 920. And well, you know what? It proves that these people do not know how to trim like they think they do. I mean, I feel sorry for people, but you can't hardly teach them either once they become trimmers, you know, unless they're trimming all their own horses and all their own horses are, going lame. Let's see here. Now I gotta find that photo. Yeah, you need to grow heel and take quarter. And maybe even do some notches. I don't know. As ugly as you see those self-trimming feet,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna find that person. It won't let me. It won't let me mute Deidre.
I think it's Sherry.
Oh, is it Sherry? Gotcha. Okay. So let me go open. Takes me a bit to do this. Pictures. Go down to the M's and find Maryland. HIJKLM. MAR. I got a bunch of pictures of you here anyway.
I post a lot of pictures,
Yeah, it's great.
but I put them on the page so I know where to find them.
Ah. Oh, I think I put this in. Well, you know, when you go back and look, I mean, her feet have been in worse shape, I think, at times. This is the more gradual, low profile, insidious trim.
Yep.
That's what I call that trim.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah, no, she seems great, you know, but slowly and surely, major hoof distortion is taking place. And it's not even trimming technically out the heels, you know.
Last August, though, when she did, her first trim and took the toes back and everything,
Yeah.
it was a good trim. It looked great. Dolly felt great. She went great. And it's just kind of gradually gone the other way.
Yeah, and it was just because the quarters and not,
Mhm.
I mean, how this has been going on for centuries. Nobody even knew what was going on. So,
Mhm.
you know, so she don't know, but I guarantee it's happening to a lot of horses. She's trimming because I trimmed the same kind of horrible footed any horse I did. So, and consistent. I was consistent at deforming feet in the same manner. And the feet that I did the less were the best. That tells you something right there. I remember thinking that. I was so perturbed. Why is it that my horses have these issues? And yet these other horses I'm doing for these other people that only do like every 3 months. They have
Yep.
such better feet.
Yep.
So, yeah, see, things start to add up, So let's see. HIJ. I'm sorry, but I lost that photo, so I'm looking for it. I don't know what I did with it. Oh, here, I'll show you this. And this is marvelous. This is a marvelous photo here. Just so you know. Okay. Since I'm in this one area, I want to show it to you. I believe this is Mr. Jackson's new book on hoof trimming in the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension. Let's see. Where are we at here? I have lost, by God. Oh, there you are. She was hiding. Here you go. This is what it's supposed to be, folks. This is what your horse's foot is supposed to look like right here.
No, no.
And of course, there's an example over here. See there? Want those bulbs on the ground. You can never go too low. That's their new motto.
No.
That's their new motto. Never go too low. There you go. It's the magic of nature. The mystical magic of nature. So, okay. Well, I don't know what I did with the picture to compare. I lost it. I saved it and I lost it. So we'll just have to go back and look at this. Okay. I never saved it. All right, just a minute. Okay, so this is important for people to see how, first of all, the foot had problems to begin with, but now you're going to see how many months was she trimming her?
She trimmed her August, September. She trims from last August, every 6 to 8 weeks. So she
Okay.
probably did, 4 or 5 trims.
Well, maybe someday she'll see the light, because you told her to join the group and come learn some stuff. Is not that correct?
I did, and she did, and she felt attacked and got very seriously offended and dropped out and wants nothing to do with it.
Okay, well, good for her.
Well, it's too bad because she was about the only trimmer in the area who would have been a possibility.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's too bad.
Well, I'm sorry I attacked her. I'm sorry I told the truth what her trim was doing.
Yeah.
So, let's see here. You know, there was a gal who had a whole bunch of horses she was trimming the heels out of. And me and another lady got a hold of her and showed her, and she instantly saw it and instantly changed.
Mm-hmm.
So, and now she's just restoring all these horses.
Oh, right. Right.
You know,
And had I been able to do that with Dolly, she would have seen that years ago when I was still over at the other barn.
yeah,
Because she's known Dolly for as long as I've had her.
yeah.
But
Well, maybe
my
she
brain
needs
was
to see what we need to do is, first of all, I'll write her a letter and tell her, I'm sorry if you felt attacked. Okay, but this is what your trim is doing. And you can either accept it and learn from it, and help yourself, or you can just be offended and keep doing it, keep hurting people's horses. How would that be?
well, at this point, I think it's better just to let it lie. And the difference is going to be if I get Dolly's sound, that's going to be what it does.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be Dolly in her feet getting better. For the barn manager, her barn manager's husband is a farrier trimmer. It's going to take Dolly's feet coming around, and that's
Yeah.
the only thing that's going to work.
Okay.
If I get Dolly's feet going good, then I'm going to have some converts.
Okay. All right. Now I gotta find the picture. Please. You know, here's the thing. I'm not a professional. You do all know that, right?
But you're experienced, and you learn from your experiences.
Yeah. I'm not a professional. I am just a horse owner who happens.
But you're also willing to admit when you have learned something different.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
that's huge.
I was killing my own horses. Because
Yeah.
these are horse killer trims. Period. They've been killing, maiming, and killing horses for 275 years. I don't care. People don't like that or not. You know, I wish somebody had come along and told me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, God forbid, Let's see here.
Can I
Nancy,
just say, Linda, you're more than a casual observer. You're a researcher. You know, you're a researcher of 18, 20 years doing this. And I, for
yeah,
one, have seen the benefits, and I'm only doing it a short time. And, you know, researchers are who prove, you know, things right and wrong. So
yeah,
you're doing both, prove, you know, and you're doing it off the anatomy. I mean, it just makes common sense the way you describe it. And it's unfortunate that people get stuck in old bad ways, especially when the older ways were the right ways.
yeah, no kidding. Yeah, the older. I wish they would go to the older. Would somebody please go plagiarize somebody that's even older so they can do something that's right? You know, say they invented that, you know. Well, thank you for those encouraging words. Because when Marilyn tells me that too, you know, I really didn't mean to offend that gal, you know. Um, I don't,
Sometimes it's just hard to hear you're wrong, especially when you're young, you know. As you get
yeah,
older, you get kind of used to being wrong.
Yeah.
It's easier to accept.
yeah, no
And
kidding.
and Linda, you're so passionate about the feet and the welfare of the horse that your passion comes through.
Thanks, Marilyn.
Yeah, well, you are. You've dedicated your life to this.
I didn't want to.
Well, I don't want to either, but here we are.
Here we are. Let's
Yeah.
see. I'm looking for your picture. I'm sorry this is taking so long. I'm just kind of meandering through here. I'm looking for Maryland 21. What the heck? Oh, there you are. Okay.
21.
Well, that's your number on my
Oh,
this photo that I
okay.
just took. And so okay.
Been a
Now I
long
got
time
it.
since I've seen 21.
Me too. 21. Yeah, what was I doing when I was 21? I wouldn't want to tell anybody. I didn't be, yeah, I didn't grow up till I was about 25. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Almost got them. Jeez. This is pretty awful. Yeah, it is awful. Okay, quit that. Just a minute. Okay. I'll put it on this foot for now because I'm about to get a picture. Okay, this is taking me forever. But you're going to see something and it's not pretty. Okay, now, new share. Drum roll. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, there we go. That's big difference. See, you didn't do that, Marilyn.
Oh my.
You see, you did not do that.
No.
Okay, that was her trim that did that. See, um, you know, on this foot here, the only problems that you were, I mean, look at the quality of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the difference in the quality of the wall, how it's just like, I don't know what's gone on here, but it ain't good. But really, all you needed to do here was keep growing this heel here. You know, see how that's curved? Kind of just start, you know, and the foot was starting to unwrap and stuff. And work on these horn tubules and gradually bringing the toe back. But mostly it was growing all this in here and releasing the back of the foot.
Uh-huh.
You know, and then just working on the horn tubules as needed. You know, like these could have been worked on right here. she's about growing out of her hoof capsule here. You see how the back of her foot's sticking out the back there?
Mm-hmm.
That's why that heel broke off like that.
Sure.
It wasn't supposed to be there. I mean, my God, look at this area right here. This area here. Just a minute. Let me do an annotate. Okay, so this area here is, I don't even know if that's the area, but it's clear up here now. See how it just pushed that sole right out from underneath the foot?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't she be sore? I mean,
Yep.
I don't want her sore, but why wouldn't she be?
Yeah. And looking at it this way, you can understand it.
Yeah. And what happens is, with every trim, they also stabilize. So you don't even know what's happening, but it's like a ticking time bomb the whole time.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting, in the recent weeks before the trim, I was having to put boots on her back feet for riding. I have never had to do that.
Uh-huh. Well, see, so it's going that direction.
Uh-huh. Her back feet now are fine. I mean, walking down the road today, I just had boots on her fronts, and she was opting to ride out in the gravel road on the rocks.
Well, good. Yeah.
Barefoot on her back feet. So her back feet aren't as bad as the front. I don't think.
Yeah. Obviously not. I mean, you wouldn't even know this was the same foot.
No, even the stripes are different.
Yeah. Yeah, and look how the wall wants to grow in there. Just a second here. Let me find it.
It's interesting too, because the older picture is a dry foot and the one today is definitely moist, soaked.
Yeah. Look at
And
this.
she's had that wet sock on.
Yeah, and see how so the foot is wanting to go this way, the capsule's wanting to go that way, and that's why you're getting this crease here.
Sure.
Okay, now look at the angle of the horn tubule. It goes like this, and then it goes like that.
Mm-hmm.
See, why is that? Because this is the way it wants to grow.
Yep.
Right there. Yeah, they're all like that. Look at them. This goes down like this, and then it goes forward like that. See, that one doing that here. See
Not
there?
very much.
Yeah. Yeah, and you had this here, kind of, the bulb, but over here you got this. See?
Yeah.
This bulb is aimed down at the ground.
Yep.
So basically, the back of her foot is wanting to pull back up out of that capsule.
That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't. But might have you having to try some notches, but it's kind of hard to just try stuff at your barn too, because I'm sure if they saw a notch, they'd be going, "Oh my God."
They'd only say that if they saw me doing it. Otherwise, they don't look that close.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But
yeah.
getting back to my other question on the oblique picture, when I go out to tweak her foot a little bit before I put boots on, I kind of need to know how much I dare take off. How much do I bevel on the toes, the toe quarters, to get the tubules in line? Of course, if I put the shoes on, then breakover isn't going to be that important on her foot. I wouldn't think.
Look at right here. You see
Yeah,
that?
it's self trimming there.
Yep. Maybe it's telling you something. Maybe that's telling you do a little bit of something like that. You think?
I don't know.
I mean, this obviously wanted to burst off here.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's what this is telling here, that it wants to break out. See? Kind of like so.
So do I notch it or do I just bevel it heavily?
I'm thinking.
My gut feeling is to bevel it because that's what I had been doing before. You look at the old
Okay.
picture and that's what I had been doing is
Okay.
beveling underneath.
Okay. That sounds good. Yeah, why don't you do that?
Okay.
Okay. Then it's your decision.
And I know when I did just a simple quick mapping today and guesstimated where the apex of the frog is, and 1.5 inches forward from that puts it right on the sole ridge in her toe.
Really?
Yep.
So, well, yeah, I mean, this toe is out there,
hmm
but again, you got to remember that toe ain't going nowhere no matter what kind of bevel you put on it, as long as this is right here.
Right. Right.
So do not overdo, don't mess with that toe much.
Okay, so it hit more of the quarters and stuff,
Yeah.
not the toes.
Yeah. Yeah, this area in here.
The toe quarters and the quarters, right?
Right.
Okay.
That's what I do. Just really work on this area here.
Okay.
And then you're just going to work on allowing this heel to grow here. And of course, eventually this is going to be cut out here.
Uh-huh.
But that's what I do. You know, see, that's why also this mapping we do is just general guidelines, you know, to get people within certain boundaries.
Right.
Because look at all this other stuff you have to know.
Oh, for sure.
You know, nobody ever looks at these.
No.
You know, not realizing. I mean, look, this foot was in pretty good shape right here, comparatively speaking. You know, like
But
what I was just
people
showing.
look at it, people will look and say, "Oh, what a long toe. You got to take the toe back. The toe is too long."
Nah,
But you don't realize all the other stuff that goes along with it.
yeah, that's right. And you can see here too. Well, this arch right here is partially because the back of the foot is pulled down, and may partially because of some long tubules here.
Right.
You know, so okay. Well, that's all I got. I'm drained.
Okay.
I'm drained.
I hear you.
Every drop has been squeezed out.
I hear you. Please do take a look at the oblique though.
Oh, which
if
one
you
was
would.
that? I'm sorry.
It's on the newer foot. Today's pictures.
Okay. Let me get out of here. Okay. The oblique. You have to refresh my memory to what that even means.
That's the one the upside down foot from the side.
Upside down foot from the side. Okay. Why
The
didn't
one
you
that
just
showed
say that? had to throw that big word at me.
Well, I like fancy words sometimes.
All right. Okay. The oblique view. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. This one?
New share.
Oh. That one?
Still don't see it. Yep, that one.
Okay. Okay, so what do you want to know about that?
Am I not beveling enough on the toe? I mean, not that I'm going to do it before I shoe, but just in general principles, am I doing that toe correctly?
No.
Okay.
No, you should be coming just rolling it from the. Now, if you didn't really want it to go anywhere, that'd be a good place to put it. But if you want it to move, you should take it back to here, right in here. Okay. But here's what you really need to get is these walls over here.
Right.
Okay. From here back, there
Okay.
back. And you know what? I'd leave her in boots
Okay.
if I could, and just work for the next couple weeks at getting horn tubules to move.
Okay.
You know, start first with like, okay, so here's the thing.
So,
Do this area here, bevel over to the white line.
okay.
Okay, that like from the white line out. Okay, from right here, from the white line out. And then, you know, wait for them to drop down and move back. And then by then you'll be able to take some toe back too.
Okay. Should I round off the toe a little bit more now or just leave it the way it is?
You probably could, but yeah, you could. It's not gonna hurt.
Okay.
You know, you don't really want to have a big old Mustang roll looking thing there.
Right. But
you
I'm
know?
thinking maybe just knock off that corner part there.
Yeah, I think you could do that. You know, right now it's kind of holding the whole toe together because the whole walls are really stretched forward.
Mm-hmm.
And so what'll happen is, I think what'll happen is that if you really bevel the pillars and the sides here
Mm-hmm.
to give these tubules room to move back, that toe may move back on its own, and you will come and find a retracted sole.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because all the retracted sole is where the sole has been stretched out here, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, then the feet got wet, and the dorsal wall moved back, and then it bunched up the sole right there.
Uh-huh.
So that'd be interesting. I'd like to see that.
Well, if I
and of
keep her
course-
in,
No, go ahead.
if I keep her in boots, her feet will be wet because the socks get wet and I can't get out there more than like every 2 days.
Yeah,
So her
Yeah.
feet are going to stay wet.
so that's fine.
Okay.
And stuff. But yeah, I'd rather see this toe kind of come back on its own once these is all relieved.
Okay.
Because if you go messing with these toes too much, then the sole is going to be thin here anywhere where the toe is stretched forward.
Right.
Okay, and plus she's got some pressure on her toe anyway because all this anatomy pushed up into the coffin
Right.
joint. And so well, they can just step right through the sole. You don't want that. So just,
Definitely not.
yeah. So we don't want to mess with that very much. I don't feel,
Okay.
because she needs that pressure on that wall.
Okay.
Because I have seen where when you relieve all that, they wind up being a sinker.
Okay.
See? So there's something about the pressure on the wall going up that kind of helps them keep from being a sinker. Unless the toe gets way, 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 way too long. And then, then the leverage, they can be stepping on the sole and the leverage of the wall way out here, and that white line will give.
But we're not to that point, are we?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But kept going. If she kept going, that could happen.
Okay.
But no, I think she's got a pretty good connection in here. But
Okay.
we just kind of want these to kind of move.
Okay.
So clear up to here, just kind of bevel more and through here.
Okay.
All the way into here,
Okay.
where all this is super long.
Because when I measured the dorsal and the pillars are only 1/8 of an inch shorter than the dorsal measurement.
Oh, okay.
The shorter, but just 1/8 of an inch.
Okay. Well, and they're weird too, because that ain't really your pillar.
No.
But
It's the
where your pillar
line.
is. Yeah. Yeah. And so this has come and taken the place of the pillar.
Right.
Jumped its boundary there. So that's what we're just gonna try and do. Get all these to move back.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, well, that's it for me.
Thank you.
And everybody have a great week.
Thank you. We'll try.
Me too.
I appreciate your help and your knowledge. My goodness.
Oh, well, getting more knowledge all the time.
Yeah, and looking back, on I've been doing this since the fall of 2018, and things have changed so much in that time.
They have, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah, you've learned a lot.
We've learned a lot, haven't we?
Yes.
We have learned a lot.
You've learned a lot and you've passed it along to the rest of us.
Yeah, and now we're all working at it together.
Yep,
So,
we are.
So when I write about it, I use the term we. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I did a post today, and okay, most of that work, yeah, whatever, but I feel more comfortable saying we,
Yeah.
And stuff, because it's going to take a we
Mm-hmm.
to change anything. The lies, and really that's what they are. They're just lies. Whether people mean it or not, don't matter. It's an untruth, right?
Yeah.
Untruth is a lie. Whether you mean it or not, I believed a lie. I came to a false conclusion. I lied to myself. People don't like, and this, I've seen this, when people get bright ideas, okay, they are more in love with their idea than they are the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you, this field has a lot of people like that. Okay, a lot, especially when they're making buku dinero off of it.
Yeah.
Which a bunch of them are. See, and yeah. Anyway, okay. Well,
Linda?
everybody, yes, dear.
I just have a comment. It's just a general putting everything together about what you talked about throughout this session about the farriers and the natural barefoot trimmers. Well, farriers, a lot of them, or most of them that I've been trying to learn from, they always talk about trimming to the widest part of the frog.
Mm-hmm.
And, they want to get that frog pressure. Everybody says, oh, you need frog pressure. And then you combine that with the natural trimmers, lowering the heels, and taking the heel back to the widest part of the frog. That's like a double whammy.
Yeah.
So you go from, well, in my case, I was farrier, natural trim, farrier, natural trim.
Yeah.
And it was just making my capsule smaller and smaller, and 15 years later, I'm trying to restore my horse.
Yeah.
But yeah,
wow. Well,
it's
see,
systemic. It's
systemic. That's the second time I've heard that word in this regard in today. Are you there?
Yes,
Hello?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes,
Maria.
I'm here.
That's the second time
here.
I've heard that word today, and
Yeah.
I was thinking this, like a couple weeks ago too. I was thinking, oh, this really is systemic, and stuff. Absolutely. That it's so ingrained in the culture and the education and everything like that. And there was a farrier that wrote a post on has a really cool name too, Oates Iron Man. I wonder if that's his real name.
I doubt it.
That's a pretty horsey name, ain't it? But it's a pretty cool name. But did anybody else read that? What he wrote? And there was a few things I was like, but I really, really liked what he wrote. And but he said that too, that it's systemic, it's in the system. And see, thank you for sharing that, because you've experienced the very same thing I did, because I started with natural balance trim that just tells you to bring the heels back to the base of the frog. And then I got into barefoot trim where they were literally measuring them way down to like the periopal flaps and things like that. Somehow I missed the frog pressure thing, but it wouldn't have mattered because what I was doing was still trimming the heels out, you know. But yeah, thanks, Maria. I'm glad
Well, thank
you're
you.
doing better, dear, and that things are working out for you. And thanks for sharing that.
It, well, well, thank you. And well, thank you for another great hoof chat.
Well,
Absolutely.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the encouragement because in truth it's not easy to speak up against this stuff. You know, I feel nervous the whole time I'm doing it. Like, oh God, people are not gonna like me now. No.
But you know, if we didn't have your information, you know, if I didn't know what was going on, who knows what Dolly's feet would be at this point?
Yeah, Dolly might not be.
Oh, that could be.
That's happening to a lot of people.
When I bought her,
Marilyn?
she had long toes, low heels, had shoes with, fortunately, and I didn't understand at that time, she had 3D pads with the frog support.
Oh wow. Okay.
And that was 7 years ago.
Yeah.
3D
Marilyn,
pads.
I think you did a great job on your feet before you had this last trimmer come along. And if your horse wasn't doing so good, I don't think it would have had such an impact on trying to go back into a small foot.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, for sure. I
Yeah.
feel the same. Man, I was looking at it. I was looking at the time that it said 10:22, and I went, we have been going 10 hours?
No, 5 hours.
Okay.
Okay,
That's long enough.
That's long enough.
Okay. Well, hey, everybody have a great day. I still have to go out and feed. Forgot all
Okay.
about that.
Yeah, I got stuff to do too.
I got these little dogs like jumping all over me. It's like, yeah, you gotta feed me. Feed me. Hey,
Thank you. Good night.
everybody
Thank
take
you.
care. Okay,
Thanks,
bye-bye.
Linda.
Good night.